What if a bond so sacred could be shattered by a single act of betrayal? Beneath the blood-red sky of ancient Rome, the twin brothers Castor and Pollux stand at the precipice of an unfathomable choice, their futures intertwined yet teetering on the brink of chaos. The air crackles with tension as whispers of war ripple through the cobblestone streets, igniting a firestorm of loyalty and ambition within their hearts. Castor, the skillful horseman, and Pollux, the invincible boxer, have always fought side by side, symbols of unity and strength. But tonight, as shadows lengthen and the moon casts an eerie glow on their fateful meeting, destiny's cruel hand hovers above them. A mysterious figure, cloaked in darkness, has drawn them into a web of intrigue that threatens to dismantle everything they hold dear. A prophecy, steeped in ancient lore, lingers in the atmosphere. Only blood can bind, only blood can sever. The scent of burning incense mingles with the earthy aroma of disturbed soil, an omen of the conflict that brews within and beyond their brotherhood. Just hours before, their beloved city lay vibrant and bustling, but now, a heavy silence looms, as if Rome herself holds her breath in anticipation. The twins' laughter rings hollow, echoing through the empty streets, as they grapple with a truth that could unravel their very existence. The lines between loyalty and ambition blur, casting long shadows on their once innocent bond. As the clock strikes midnight, a chilling wind sweeps through the forum, carrying with it the scent of betrayal. Each heartbeat echoes like a war drum, resounding a call to arms that neither brother can ignore. Rumors swirl like smoke around them, whispers of duels, of rivalries ignited by jealousy, and of a throne coveted by those who would see them fall. A decision looms, one that could propel them into legend or plunge them into darkness. But what they don't yet know is that the true battle lies not only in the arena or on the battlefield, but within their very souls. Will they uphold the sacred bond of brotherhood, or will ambition pull them apart like wolves tearing at a carcass? A single choice, made in the throes of passion and fear, will send shockwaves through Rome, forever altering the fates of gods and men alike. As the twin stars rise in the night sky, so too shall the stakes soar. The brothers, once inseparable, stand at a crossroads, each path fraught with peril and promise. In this epic tale of glory and ruin, of love and vengeance, who will emerge unscathed? The air thickens with suspense, a prelude to an inevitable clash that will define not just their legacy, but the very essence of fate itself. The stage is set, the players are in motion. History awaits its next chapter, and it will be written in blood. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, charged with anticipation and the whispers of fate. It was a night like no other. Stars glittered like diamonds scattered across a dark velvet sky, each one a witness to a moment that would ripple through time. In the ancient land of Laconia, where the mountains kissed the heavens and the winds carried the songs of the gods, a powerful story was unfolding. In the great kingdom of Sparta, a palace stood, its stone walls worn by the weight of history. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Leda, the queen, radiated both grace and an unshakable resolve, though inside her heart, a storm brewed. She stood at the edge of a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting her anxious gaze. The water, calm and inviting, held the promise of life, a promise that would soon be tested. Leda had already endured the cruel twists of fate. Unbeknownst to her, the mighty Zeus had taken a form as splendid as a swan and seduced her with a charm that was impossible to resist. What began as a fleeting encounter would alter the course of destiny itself. Soon, the seeds of two extraordinary lives would be sown, mingling the divine with the mortal. As the moon hung high, casting its silver light upon the land, Leda felt a deep stirring within her. She was not just a woman, but a vessel for something powerful and celestial. The warmth blossoming in her belly spoke of twins, two souls intertwined, destined for greatness. Yet, with such promise came anxiety. She sensed a heavy burden looming on the horizon. The gods often played their games mercilessly. Days passed, each one filled with the weight of expectation. Leda could hear the whispers of the ancients, echoing through her mind like a haunting melody. She could not shake the feeling that her sons would be unlike any others. In dreams, she glimpsed their faces, one bright and fiery, the other with a calm that belied the storm within. The boys were destined to change the world, but their journey would not be without sacrifice. At last, the moment arrived. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leda gave birth to 2 sons, each cradled in the arms of fate. Castor, the elder, emerged first, with a strong physique and a spirit that ignited the very air around him. He was destined for greatness on the mortal plane, a protector and a warrior, skilled in the art of horse riding and combat. Pollux followed, an identical twin with a spark of divine energy. His heart beat with the rhythm of 1,000 battles, yet there was a gentleness about him, a connection to the sky and the stars that set him apart. As they lay together, 2 perfect forms, the palace erupted in celebration. Yet, amidst the joy, a shadow lingered. Leda knew that the twins were not just her children, but also the sons of a god. Their existence was a web woven with threads of jealousy, ambition, and rivalry, and the world outside awaited their arrival with bated breath. In the days that followed, the twins grew stronger, their bond deepening with each passing moment. They played under the sun, their laughter ringing like a melody through the valleys, while the wind carried the tales of their exploits far and wide. They were inseparable, 2 halves of a whole that could only thrive in each other's presence. The villagers watched in awe, whispering tales of the divine twins, their names already passing from lip to ear like fire in the night. But beneath the surface of their idyllic existence, a storm brewed. The gods were not to be trifled with, and jealousy seeped into the hearts of mortals and immortals alike. The boys, with their extraordinary gifts, became both beloved and resented. Rivals arose, and challenges were laid at their feet, demanding they prove their worth. Nothing could prepare them for the trials that loomed ahead, where blood would spill and loyalties would be tested. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Castor and Pollux stood on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the horizon. The weight of their legacy pressed upon them, a burden they could scarcely comprehend, but one they could feel deep in their bones. The world was calling them, and they could sense the call of adventure, but with it came the promise of danger. "Brother, do you think we are truly destined for greatness?" Castor's voice trembled with uncertainty, his eyes scanning the distant mountains that seemed to touch the sky. Pollux turned, a smile illuminating his face, filled with a rare confidence that could only come from a divine connection. "Greatness? Perhaps, but we are twins, forged in the fires of fate. Together, we can face whatever comes our way." As they clasped hands, a surge of energy flowed between them, igniting a bond that transcended the physical. They knew their journey had only just begun, and the weight of their names would hang heavy in the air, a herald of the challenges to come. The winds whispered secrets, hints of battles and adventures that awaited them beyond the next horizon. In that moment, Leda watched from a distance, her heart swelling with love and foreboding. She sensed the tides of fate shifting, drawing her sons toward the unknown. Her dreams of a quiet life shattered like glass, replaced by the knowledge that their destinies were intertwined with the very fabric of the universe. The divine twins would soon become a legend, their names forever etched in the annals of history. And as the stars bore witness to their bond, the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of fate and free will that would determine the legacy of Castor and Pollux. The scene was set for a tale as old as time, where the clash of love, rivalry, and destiny would echo through the ages, weaving a tapestry rich in emotion and strife. The divine twins, with hearts ablaze and spirits unyielding, stood at the brink of their story, ready to dive headfirst into the unknown. In the dim light of dawn, a soft rustle stirred the air, blending with the gentle lapping of the waves against the shores of ancient Greece. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting golden rays upon the figure of a woman standing alone by the water's edge. Leda, with her long dark hair cascading like shadows over her shoulders, gazed out into the endless embrace of the sea. Her heart was a battlefield, a mix of tenderness and turmoil, echoing the deep secrets that lay hidden within her soul. Legend had it that Leda was no ordinary woman. She was favored by the gods, yet burdened by their whims. The whispers of a prophecy flowed through the winds, leaving a trail of uncertainty in her heart. She was destined to bear children of remarkable significance, but the path to motherhood was paved with unspeakable challenges. As she reflected on her life, the weight of her fate pressed heavily upon her. One fateful day, Zeus, the king of the gods, descended from Mount Olympus, cloaked in a guise that would shatter Leda's world. He transformed into a majestic swan, gliding gracefully across the water, a sight both enchanting and unsettling. Leda felt the pull of fate, an invisible thread drawing her closer to the creature that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. She had heard the stories, the warnings of the gods, but there was something mesmerizing about the swan's ethereal beauty. As the swan approached, Leda's heart raced. The air crackled with tension, and the world around her faded into silence. In that moment, she felt a surge of emotions: desire, fear, confusion, all colliding within her. The swan circled her, its gaze piercing into her very essence. Without knowing how, she found herself captivated, standing on the precipice of an unimaginable encounter. The whispers of fate echoed louder, urging her to embrace what lay ahead. When the act was complete, Leda was left breathless, her heart racing in the aftermath of the divine encounter. She stumbled away from the water, trembling with a mixture of exhilaration and dread. How could something so beautiful birth such a storm within her? Days turned into weeks, and the reality of her condition began to settle like a thick fog around her. She could feel the stirrings of life within her, a reminder of the gods' intervention, and the gravity of her situation became unbearable. In the solitude of her chambers, Leda struggled with her thoughts. She felt torn between the world of mortals and the realm of the divine. Her emotions collided like waves crashing against the cliffs, each one more powerful than the last. How could she tell her husband, King Tyndareus, about the strange miracle growing within her? The secret burrowed deep into her heart, a dark shadow that threatened to consume her. As the days passed, Leda's body began to change, and with it, her mind danced between hope and despair. She felt the weight of destiny upon her shoulders, each movement a reminder that she was no longer just a woman but a vessel of extraordinary fate. Then, one stormy night, the winds howled like a wild beast outside her window. The air crackled with electricity, and in that moment of chaos, Leda brought forth life. A life divided into two eggs, each harboring the seeds of grandeur. When the first egg cracked open, a child emerged, radiant and fierce. Her name was Helen, destined to be the most beautiful woman in the world, a beauty that would ignite wars and change the course of history. The second egg revealed Castor and Pollux, twins with the blood of gods flowing through their veins. Leda looked upon her children with a mixture of pride and fear. Were they blessings or curses? Would they rise to greatness or be doomed by the stories foretold? With each passing day, Leda nurtured her offspring, her heart swelling with love as she watched them grow. But the shadow of the swan haunted her. The memory of that fateful encounter lingered like a ghost, a constant reminder of the divine touch that changed everything. Leda's heart ached with the knowledge that her children carried the weight of their origin, a burden that would follow them throughout their lives. She often wondered if they could ever escape the legacy of their mother's encounter with a god. The world outside the palace rumbled with the promise of conflict and glory. Helen's beauty drew suitors from far and wide, each one vying for her affections. Leda stood by, watching as her daughter became a pawn in the games of men. The tension in the air was thick with the scent of rivalry and ambition. What had she birthed? Would her children become legends, or would they be swept away by the tides of fate? As years turned into an eternity, Leda's heart became a tapestry woven with threads of love and loss. She felt the pulse of the gods in her veins, the weight of their expectations pressing down on her. The stories of her children echoed through the ages, each tale carrying with it the essence of her own sacrifices and triumphs. And amidst the chaos, Leda remained a steadfast figure, a mother caught in the whirlwind of destiny, forever entwined with the fate of her extraordinary children. In those quiet moments, Leda would sit by the water, reflecting on the choices that led her to this point. The waves whispered secrets, and the stars above twinkled with the promise of the unknown. She could feel the shadows of the past pulling at her, and she wondered about the legacy she would leave behind. A mother's love is a powerful force, but would it be strong enough to shield her children from the storms that lay ahead? Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of history, and as Leda looked toward the horizon, she sensed that their story was far from over. The winds of change were stirring, and the world awaited the next chapter in the tale of Leda and her remarkable progeny. In the ancient winds that swept through the rugged hills of Sparta, two powerful figures emerged, their destinies intertwined in a web of glory and tragedy. The sun dipped low, casting golden rays across the land, as whispers of divine lineage hung in the air like a heavy mist. In the quiet village, where hope and ambition danced hand in hand, Leda stood with a heart full of dreams and a body that bore the weight of fate. Unknown to her, a divine presence watched, cloaked in the guise of an eagle, ready to change her life forever. It was no ordinary day. As Leda wove through the sun-drenched fields, collecting wildflowers, a rumble in the heavens echoed, a promise of something monumental. The laughter of her daughters echoed in her ears, yet an inexplicable pull tugged at her heart. It was a moment filled with both anticipation and dread. Little did she know that she was about to become the center of a celestial conflict, caught between the earthly king Tyndareus and the mightiest of the gods, Zeus. Tyndareus, the proud king of Sparta, loomed as a figure of strength and honor. His sword hung at his side, a symbol of his unwavering commitment to his kingdom. Yet, beneath the armor, his heart beat wildly, troubled by the bitter winds of fate that swirled around him. He loved Leda deeply, yet there was a lingering fear that gnawed at his soul, a fear of not being enough, of being overshadowed by forces beyond his control. His world was one of honor and duty, but love had a way of twisting the noblest intentions. As the days passed, the tension thickened. Zeus, drawn to Leda's beauty and spirit, could not resist the allure of her mortal essence. With a heart full of divine longing, he transformed himself into that majestic eagle, descending from the heights of Olympus. His presence was electric, a surge of passion that ignited Leda's very being. In that moment, when flesh met divine, the boundaries of mortal and God blurred. Their union was a dance of ecstasy and danger, a spark that would ignite the fires of destiny. When Leda awoke from that fateful encounter, the world around her felt altered. A warmth blossomed within her, one that whispered of life yet to come. The reality of her dual heritage settled like a heavy cloak upon her shoulders. She was bound to both Tyndareus and Zeus, her heart torn between the earthly and the divine. Each heartbeat echoed the struggle of choosing one over the other, a conflict that would resonate through generations. The sky wept with rain, mirroring Leda's turmoil as she faced Tyndareus. His eyes, filled with love and trust, searched her face for answers. But how could she reveal the truth? Each word lodged in her throat, choking her with the weight of the secret. What would he think? Would he cast her away, a mere mortal brushed aside by the whims of a god? Or would he embrace her, even if she was forever marked by Zeus's touch? Time turned like shifting sands, and with it came the birth of unparalleled greatness. The children born from Leda were marked by their divine lineage, two sets of twins, each bearing the weight of their parentage. Castor and Pollux, sons of Tyndareus, would grow into symbols of bravery and camaraderie. Helen and Clytemnestra, the daughters of Zeus, would become figures of beauty and tragedy, their stories echoing through history like an unending lament. Leda's heart swelled with pride and fear, knowing that each child carried the legacy of both earth and sky. Yet, the dual heritage came with its own heavy price. The gods watched intently, their eyes filled with envy and reverence. Helen, the fairest of them all, would spark a war that would change the course of history. Tyndareus, unaware of the threads of fate woven around his family, went on ruling Sparta, blissfully ignorant of the storm brewing on the horizon. Leda felt the weight of her choices, the choices made that would ripple through time, touching the lives of countless souls. As the seasons changed, so did the atmosphere around Leda. She became the silent bearer of secrets, her heart divided yet fiercely protective of her children. In the quiet moments, she would sit by the window, watching the light dance upon the hills, her thoughts drifting to the gods who watched from afar. She felt their gaze, a reminder that she was never truly alone, yet always marked by their influence. The tension reached a fever pitch when the fateful news came. Paris had chosen Helen as the most beautiful. The gods had laid their bets, fueled by jealousy and desire, unaware of the chaos they were about to unleash upon the mortal world. In that instant, Leda's heart sank, realizing that her children were pawns in a game much bigger than themselves. As her thoughts raced, the stakes grew higher, and the faces of her children filled her mind, each one a reflection of both Tyndareus and Zeus. That night, as shadows loomed in the corners of her home, Leda felt the weight of her decisions crushing her spirit. The howling winds outside echoed her turmoil, the world darkening with the shadows of war. She was the mother of heroes and heroines, but what did that truly mean? Would she be able to protect them from the wrath of the gods? As her heart raced, she cast her eyes to the stars, searching for guidance in the endless void above. Just outside, the clash of swords and cries of warriors began to stir, a distant thunder that heralded the dawn of a new age. In that moment, Leda realized that the echoes of her choices would not merely reshape her family, they would resonate through the very fabric of time itself. The legacy of her divine parentage was about to unfold, a tale of triumph and tragedy waiting to be told. And as the horizon glimmered with the first light of dawn, she understood that the story was far from over. The dance of fate continued, weaving her life into the grand tapestry of destiny, where every thread mattered and every choice held the weight of the universe. In the shadow of the fierce mountains, where the sun cast long, playful fingers upon the dusty streets of Sparta, children raced like wild gazelles, laughter ringing like silver bells through the air. The streets were alive with the sound of their footsteps, a chaotic symphony of youth and energy that echoed the spirit of a city known for its strength. Every sunrise was a challenge, a call to arms in a world where only the swift and the brave found their place. At the center of this whirlwind was a boy named Lycurgus. Barefoot and wild-haired, he darted through the narrow alleys, his heart pounding with the thrill of adventure. The thrill of the chase was his lifeblood, a dance with danger that tugged at his very core. He was more than just a child. He was a Spartan, molded by the fierce traditions of his ancestors. With the weight of his lineage resting on his small shoulders, he understood that every moment counted, every breath was a lesson. The boys often gathered at the edge of the river Eurotas, where the water sparkled like 1,000 diamonds, and the cool breeze whispered secrets of ages past. Today was special. Today, they were to test their courage, a rite of passage that filled the air with electric anticipation. The riverbanks were their arena, where they would leap across stones, racing against each other to prove not just their speed, but their guts. The eldest among them, a boy named Dorian, towered over the rest, his confidence unyielding. "Last one across the river is a coward," he shouted, a challenge sparking in his eyes. With a wild cheer, they launched themselves forward, hearts pounding, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The water roared beneath them, inviting yet terrifying, as the boys leapt from stone to stone, some slipping, some stumbling, but all howling with laughter and pure joy. Lycurgus felt the rush of the wind whip through his hair as he soared, the thrill blurring the line between fear and exhilaration. But then, a misstep, a wet stone, and Dorian lost his balance, arms flailing as he plunged into the icy water with a yell. The laughter stopped. In an instant, dread cast a shadow over their joy. The river wasn't just a playful stream. It was a swirling tempest, a reminder of nature's raw power. Without thinking, Lycurgus jumped. He didn't pause to consider the consequences. The bond of brotherhood, the unspoken rules of loyalty, compelled him to dive into the depths where Dorian struggled. The water enveloped him, cold and shocking, stealing his breath away. Panic set in, but he fought against it, his body thrashing through the swirling currents. He could see Dorian beneath him, flailing, fear etched on his face. "Hold on," Lycurgus gasped, reaching out, their hands locked, and with a surge of strength fueled by desperation, he pulled Dorian free from the clutches of the river. They surfaced, gasping for air, laughter bubbling up once again, this time tinged with relief and a deeper understanding of friendship. As they crawled back to the riverbank, soaked but victorious, the bond between them had solidified. They were not just boys. They were warriors in training, tempered by fear and forged in the fires of camaraderie. The river had tested them, revealing the essence of their being: bravery, loyalty, and the fierce determination that defines Sparta itself. But the adventures didn't end there. The boys often ventured into the foothills that embraced their city, a place where the wilds whispered promises of danger and intrigue. It was here, among the shadows of the towering pines, that they faced the trials that would shape them. The elders spoke of the fierce wolves that prowled these woods, their eyes glinting like fierce stars in the darkness. Tales of bravery and terror wrapped around the fire like smoke, filling their imaginations with visions of heroes and legends. One overcast afternoon, as storm clouds gathered like a brewing tempest overhead, Lycurgus and his friends decided to venture deeper into the woods than ever before. With hearts pounding in their chests, they navigated the twisting paths, laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, until they stumbled upon a clearing. It was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the world they had known. The air felt thick, charged with an energy they couldn't quite name. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees, freezing their laughter mid-air. The boys turned, hearts racing, as a pair of glowing eyes emerged from the shadows. A wolf, majestic yet terrifying, stood before them, its fur shimmering in the dim light. Breathless, they stared into the creature's fierce gaze, the air thick with tension. The tales they'd heard came rushing back like a tidal wave, crashing over them in waves of fear. Dorian, ever the bravest, stepped forward. "We mean no harm," he called, his voice trembling yet resolute. The wolf, unyielding, took a step closer, its snarled lips revealing sharp teeth. The boys stood frozen, the weight of history and the weight of their own courage pressing down upon them. In that moment, time seemed to stretch. Lycurgus's mind raced. He felt the pulse of his ancestors in his veins, the echoes of warriors who had stared down fear itself. Gathering every shred of courage, he reached out, whispering soft words of friendship. To their amazement, the wolf paused, curiosity flickering in its eyes. The standoff lasted an eternity, breaths held with bated anticipation. Would they survive this test of spirit? Would they emerge victorious, as so many before them had? The tension hung thick in the air, mingling with the scent of pine and impending rain, a promise of transformation, both for the boys and the mighty creature before them. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the wolf turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving the boys trembling and alive with adrenaline. They erupted into joyous chaos, laughter spilling forth like a dam breaking. In that moment, they were not just children of Sparta. They were legends in the making, woven into the very fabric of their city's history. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Lycurgus felt a profound shift within himself. The adventures of his childhood were more than mere games. They were forging him into the warrior he was destined to become. The echoes of laughter, the thrill of danger, the taste of bravery. They all sang a song that would stay with him forever, guiding him through the trials yet to come. With hearts still racing and minds alive with dreams of greatness, the boys made their way back home, the warmth of friendship wrapping around them like a cloak. But the night held secrets yet to unravel, mysteries of the dark woods and whispers of destiny that lingered in the air, waiting for the dawn. The sun had barely risen, casting a golden haze over the fields, when the young warriors gathered at the foot of the ancient stone hill. They were not merely students. They were a tapestry of dreams woven from the whispers of their ancestors. Each one carried a legacy, a heartbeat that echoed the valor of those who had fought before them. A soft breeze rustled the grass, but the air was thicker than usual, charged with anticipation and unspoken fears. As they stood side by side, the shadows of history loomed over them. The tales of great heroes like Alexander the Great and the mighty Spartans danced in their minds. History was not just a series of names and dates. It was alive in the scars of the landscape and the songs of the wind. Each young warrior yearned to forge their own legend, to learn the sacred arts of combat that had once made their forebears invincible. They could almost hear the distant clang of swords and the rallying cries that had shaped the world. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist, a grizzled veteran, his presence commanding, adorned with the marks of countless battles. His name was Eric, and he had fought alongside kings and commoners alike. His eyes, like deep wells of wisdom, surveyed the eager faces before him. The warriors felt a shiver of excitement mixed with trepidation. Here stood a man who had danced with death, and they were about to learn from him. Combat, Eric began, his voice gravelly yet smooth, is not merely about strength. It's an art, a dance of life and death. Today, you will learn not just to fight, but to understand why you fight. His words hung in the air, and the young warriors knew they were on the brink of something profound. The first lesson began with the basics, grip and stance. Eric demonstrated how to hold a sword, its weight and balance becoming an extension of one's spirit. With each swing, the blade sang a song of its own, a melody of might and honor. The warriors mimicked his movements, their hearts racing as they felt the power surge through their arms. But soon, Eric's voice cut through the excitement, reminding them that even the strongest arms could falter without a focused mind. Hours turned into an eternity as they practiced footwork, shuffling, pivoting, advancing, and retreating. The sun blazed overhead, beads of sweat cascading down their brows. Eric watched intently, his sharp gaze assessing their every move. "Remember," he urged, "the battlefield is not just a place of glory. It reveals your strengths and your weaknesses. Embrace both." As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the training ground, they moved into paired combat. The warriors faced one another, hearts pounding like war drums, adrenaline surging. With every clash of swords, they felt the thrill of the fight, the rush of adrenaline like a storm raging within them. They were no longer just students. They were warriors, caught in a whirlwind of emotion and instinct. One young warrior named Leaf, with a spirit as wild as the wind, faced off against a more experienced fighter. The first strike rang out, a sharp metallic sound piercing the air. In that moment, Leaf felt invincible, yet vulnerability danced on the edge of his awareness. He parried and struck back, each movement fueled by the stories of his ancestors. With every exchange, the rhythm of battle became a heartbeat, thrumming louder as they pushed each other to the brink. But then a mistake, a misstep, and Leaf stumbled, losing his footing. Time slowed as laughter erupted from the watching warriors, yet Eric's voice silenced them with a single command. "This is how we learn. Fall, rise, learn." Leaf's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but deep down, a fire ignited. He focused, recalibrating his mind and body, determined to not let this moment define him. Eric stepped forward, his presence a soothing balm. Every great warrior has tasted defeat. Understand the lesson within it. The young fighters listened, their hearts swelling with a mix of pride and humility. They forged ahead, driven by the realization that failure was not the end but a stepping stone to greatness. As twilight descended, the training transitioned into lessons of strategy and tactics. Eric recounted the legendary battles of Thermopylae, where 300 Spartans stood against an overwhelming force, not for their own glory but for the freedom of their people. The young warriors listened intently, their imaginations ignited by images of bravery and sacrifice. The weight of their swords felt different now, not just a tool of war but a symbol of purpose. Then came the moment of truth. The warriors were split into teams, tasked with a mock battle. The world around them faded as they plunged into the fray, hearts pounding, adrenaline coursing through their veins. They strategized, using everything they had learned. Shouts of encouragement mingled with the clash of swords, a symphony of chaos that resonated deep within their souls. Every victory tasted sweeter and every setback felt heavier. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, the battlefield became a canvas painted with emotion. Fear, hope, determination, and camaraderie. In those moments, they were not just fighting for themselves, but for each other, forging bonds that would last a lifetime. Time slipped away unnoticed as the mock battle morphed into an impromptu celebration of their shared struggle. They laughed, shared stories, and found solace in their vulnerability. Eric stood back, allowing them to bask in the afterglow of their hard-earned lessons. He saw in their eyes a flicker of the greatness that lay ahead. But then, as the stars began to twinkle above, a sudden hush fell over the group. The atmosphere shifted, a palpable tension threading through the air. In the distance, the sound of horns echoed, a call to arms, a reminder that the world beyond their training ground was fraught with danger. The young warriors felt the gravity of their choices settling heavy on their shoulders. They stood at the precipice of destiny, knowing that the lessons learned today could one day save their lives or the lives of others. With hearts pounding and breaths held, the training was far from over. It was merely a chapter in a story that was unfolding, one that would lead them into the heart of battle, where legends would be born and heroes would rise. On a cold winter night in 1776, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and the distant echoes of cannon fire. A group of men huddled together in a dimly lit tent, their faces shadowed by flickering lantern light. The flickers illuminated weary eyes, hardened by battle, but softened by an unbreakable bond. As the drums of war pulsed in the background, they shared stories and laughter, a momentary reprieve from the chaos outside. Yet, in the depths of their hearts, each man carried a weight that surpassed the burdens of war, an unshakable sense of brotherhood that would forever tie them together. Among them stood George Washington, his posture regal yet humble, commanding respect with just his presence. He looked around at his fellow soldiers, each representing a piece of a larger puzzle, a tapestry woven with threads of hope, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to one another. They were brothers forged in the fires of conflict, each one a beacon of courage to the other. Their shared struggles and victories had created an invisible chain, linking their souls irrevocably. That very night, as snow began to fall, the men spoke of their dreams. They shared fears of what lay ahead, but their voices, though laced with uncertainty, rang with the conviction of unity. "We fight not just for ourselves," one soldier said, his voice trembling with passion, "but for each other. We are brothers, and brotherhood means standing together, come what may." His words hung in the air, thick with emotion, igniting a spark in every heart. They raised their mugs, clinking them together, the sound resonating like a promise, a pledge to protect one another through the darkest of nights. As the war raged on, their bond deepened, forged by countless battles and shared scars. The Battle of Trenton became a defining moment, a testament to their loyalty. The icy Delaware River loomed before them, a daunting barrier promising both danger and opportunity. With Washington leading the way, they crossed under the cover of night, their breaths visible in the frigid air, each man moving with purpose. The stakes were high, yet their spirits soared because they fought not just for victory but for the very souls beside them. In the heat of battle, the cries of the wounded mingled with the thunder of cannon fire. Each shot echoed the unspoken fears, but amidst the chaos, the brothers found strength in one another. When one fell, the rest rallied, lifting him up, refusing to let him become just another casualty. They knew that every life lost was a fracture in their bond, and they fought with an intensity born of love and loyalty. The determination to protect each other became their greatest weapon. But the trials of brotherhood were not merely found on the battlefield. In the quiet moments between skirmishes, they revealed their vulnerabilities. Around campfires, amidst the crackling flames, they would share stories of lost loved ones, of dreams deferred, and of the families they yearned to return to. Tears would flow freely, each drop a testament to the weight of their shared humanity. For every laugh, there was an equal measure of sorrow, and within that balance lay the heart of their bond. Each man stood shoulder to shoulder, reminding one another that they were never truly alone in their battles. As the war dragged on, the specter of betrayal began to loom over them. The whispers of discontent grew louder, a reminder that not all who wore the same uniform shared the same heart. A rift began to form, threatening to fracture the very foundation of their brotherhood. But as challenges arose, so too did their resolve. They gathered once more, drawing strength from the love they had cultivated over countless days and nights. In one of those moments, under a star-studded sky that seemed to echo their hopes, they made a pact. "We are brothers, and no matter what happens, we will protect this bond," Washington declared, his voice unwavering. The others nodded, united in their commitment. They understood that true brotherhood wasn't just a matter of words. It was a living, breathing entity that required nurturing, compassion, and a relentless dedication to one another. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months. The battles were brutal, and the losses were heart-wrenching. Yet through it all, they clung to one another, each man becoming a pillar of strength for the others. The bond they shared was tested time and again, but with every trial, it only grew stronger. They learned that brotherhood was not about perfection. It was about the willingness to stand by one another, even in the darkest of times. And then came the day they had long awaited, the day the war came to an end. As the smoke of battle cleared, they found themselves standing together amidst the ruins of conflict, forever changed but united. The world around them was different, but their bond remained intact, unbreakable in its essence. They had fought not just for a cause but for each other, and in that fight, they discovered something profound, a love that transcended the trials of war. But the journey of brotherhood did not conclude with victory. The scars of war ran deep, and each man carried memories that would haunt them for a lifetime. As they returned to their homes, the threads of their connection remained taut, a reminder of the battles fought and the brothers saved. They would face the future, not just as veterans of war, but as guardians of each other's spirits, forever intertwined in a story that would echo through generations. As the years rolled on, they would reunite, sharing laughter and tears, reminiscing about their struggles and the moments that had solidified their bond. They would tell their children and grandchildren the stories of bravery, the brotherhood that had been their anchor. And as they spoke, they instilled within the next generation the values of loyalty, courage, and love, the very essence of what it meant to be a brother. The bond of brotherhood flourished, an eternal flame that would endure the test of time, even as life's challenges threatened to extinguish it. The laughter of children playing echoed the joys of the past, while the silent strength of those who stood shoulder to shoulder in battle resonated in every shared glance. And so, the story continues, an infinite loop of connection, a celebration of the unbreakable bond that transcends history and time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where the spirit of brotherhood would rise again amidst the challenges of life, ready to stand resolute against the currents of fate. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient Greek landscape. A chill swept through the valleys, whispering secrets of ages past, where two figures, radiant and imposing, moved like phantoms through the mist. Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, stood side by side, their presence a beacon of protection and fierce loyalty. Legends of their adventures echoed in the minds of those who dared to listen, as their story intertwined with the fabric of life, love, and loss. In a world where mortals often felt powerless against the whims of destiny, the Dioscuri emerged as guardians, their spirits intertwined, bound by blood yet marked by their unique fates. Castor, the skilled horseman, represented the world of man and toil, while Pollux, the talented boxer, embodied the spirit of divine protection, each brother complementing the other in a dance as old as time itself. They were inseparable, and their bond ignited the hearts of those who sought their favor. As twilight settled, the distant sound of hooves clanging echoed ominously. A group of travelers, weary from their journey, looked toward the horizon. They had heard the tales, how the Dioscuri rode across fields and valleys, intervening in times of need. Legends told of them appearing during stormy seas, calming the raging waters with a mere glance, ensuring safe passage for those in distress. These stories stirred something deep within the hearts of the listeners, a flicker of hope igniting in the darkest corners of despair. But the Dioscuri were not just protectors of the sea. On land, their influence spread wide, touching the lives of many. A band of soldiers, fearful and weary, stood at the edge of a battlefield, hearts pounding like war drums. They had seen the horrors of war, the blood-soaked earth that whispered tales of valor and tragedy. As the Dioscuri rode into the fray, their figures became a symbol of courage, inspiring men to fight with the ferocity of lions. In the chaos of battle, a divine light surrounded them, as if the gods themselves had descended to lend their strength. Tragedy, however, clung to the Dioscuri like a shadow. Castor's life as a mortal came with pain, a looming specter that would one day claim him. In a brutal encounter, he fell, his lifeblood staining the ground, leaving Pollux shattered. The bond between them, however, transcended mortality. In his grief, Pollux begged Zeus to grant him a chance to share in his brother's fate. A heart-wrenching sacrifice ensued, one that would forever tie their destinies together. Zeus, moved by Pollux's love, transformed them into stars, a constellation that would shine brightly in the night sky, a reminder of their undying brotherhood. As the stars twinkled overhead, tales spread among the people. Those lost at sea would gaze toward the heavens, seeking solace in the light of the Dioscuri, their spirits guiding vessels home. Each flicker of starlight was like a promise, a vow that no one was ever truly alone. In the quiet moments of the night, parents would whisper the names of Castor and Pollux to their children, weaving the blessings of the Dioscuri into their dreams. But the story of the Dioscuri was not merely one of protection. It was also riddled with themes of choice and sacrifice. In their pursuit of glory, the brothers faced decisions that would test their bond. The allure of adventure beckoned them, and they often found themselves entangled in the affairs of mortals and gods alike. They aided the Argonauts on their quest for the Golden Fleece, a journey fraught with danger and uncertainty. As they navigated treacherous waters, their spirits shone like beacons, rallying the crew and instilling courage in the hearts of those who feared the impending storms. In every tale, whispers of their virtues and flaws mingled. Castor's stubbornness could lead to reckless decisions, while Pollux's compassion often meant he bore the weight of responsibility that threatened to crush him. Yet together, they navigated the tempestuous waters of life, their bond a force stronger than any challenge they faced. With laughter and tears, they embraced the imperfections that came with being human, inviting all who heard their story to reflect on their own relationships, the choices they made, and the sacrifices they were willing to endure for love. As dusk turned to night, the Dioscuri remained ever watchful. They were more than just spirits. They were the heartbeat of hope. Mothers sang lullabies of their bravery, fathers told stories of their triumphs, and lovers prayed for their blessings. In the quiet corners of the world, the legacy of the Dioscuri lived on, woven into the very fabric of existence. But even as the stars shone bright in the heavens, a new disturbance stirred. Whispers of a brewing darkness began to circulate, an ominous threat lurking in the shadows, threatening to unravel the delicate balance between mortals and the divine. The bond between brothers would soon be tested once more, as forces beyond anyone's comprehension began to awaken. The air thickened with tension, anticipation swirling like a tempest. What awaited the Dioscuri was unknown, yet their spirits remained resolute, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed once more, drawing closer with each heartbeat. The Dioscuri, protectors and champions, felt the call of destiny surge through their veins, an electric charge of purpose igniting their souls. As they turned to face the looming horizon, the journey ahead shimmered with the promise of adventure, heartache, and an unbreakable bond that would never fade. The night was alive with possibility, and somewhere in the depths of the unknown, the threads of their story continued to weave an intricate tapestry that would draw them further into the realms of legend. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue across the bustling port town of Tortuga. Unbeknownst to its carefree inhabitants, a storm was brewing just beyond the horizon, one that would unleash chaos and fury. The salty breeze carried whispers of danger, and the cries of gulls echoed the unease that clung to the air. Pirates, with their lawlessness and greed, had set their sights on the riches of the Caribbean, and now they were drawing closer, like shadows creeping over the sunlit streets. Among the townsfolk was a young man named Samuel, whose heart raced with both fear and excitement. He had always dreamed of adventure, of sailing the high seas and facing the unknown. But as he observed the weathered sailors swapping tales of blood and treasure at the taverns, he felt the weight of reality sinking in. These were not mere stories. They were warnings, each one punctuated by the clinking of mugs and the flickering candlelight that illuminated the rough faces of those who had seen too much. As dusk fell, the distant sound of cannon fire shattered the evening calm. Samuel's heart lurched. Was it a drill? A practice for the militia? But the urgency in the air told him otherwise. He rushed to the docks, where men scrambled, their faces painted with dread and resolve. The town's watchman, a grizzled veteran named Captain Blake, barked orders, rallying the townspeople. To arms! Pirates are upon us. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Samuel's veins. He had never held a weapon, yet the call to defend his home ignited a fire within him. He grasped a rusty cutlass, a remnant of battles long past, and joined the throng, his heart pounding with the rhythm of impending doom. The night was alive with the sounds of preparation. The clang of metal, the rustle of fabric, and the murmur of prayers whispered into the night. The horizon glimmered ominously, shadows moving over the water as great ships crested the waves, their tattered sails billowing in the wind. The notorious pirate captain, known only as Black Jack, led the charge. His reputation was infamous, tales of brutality and cunning that sent shivers down the spines of even the hardiest sailors. Samuel felt a chill as he caught a glimpse of the black flag, adorned with a skull and crossbones, snapping defiantly in the wind. As panic grew among the townsfolk, Captain Blake stood firm, rallying his makeshift force. "We fight for our homes, for our families." His voice boomed, cutting through the chaos like a beacon of hope. Samuel felt the weight of his words settle over him, a promise that brought a sense of purpose. The pirates would not take their freedom without a fight. The first cannonball screamed through the air, crashing into the docks with a deafening explosion. Wood splintered, and cries of terror erupted. Samuel felt the heat of the blast, the shockwave reverberating through his bones. He steadied himself, gripping the cutlass with white-knuckled determination. Around him, men and women rallied, forming a line to protect the town. They were farmers, traders, and craftsmen, united in their resolve to defend their way of life. Then came the pirates, a fearsome sight with their wild hair and glinting blades. Samuel's heart raced as they stormed the shore, their battle cries piercing the night like arrows. Time slowed as Samuel faced one of them, a hulking brute with a wicked grin and a scar running down his cheek. Panic surged, yet something deeper took root, an instinct to survive, to fight for everything he held dear. The clash was immediate. Steel met steel, and Samuel found himself locked in a dance of desperation. He swung his cutlass, feeling the weight of the weapon become an extension of his will. The pirate grunted as he parried, his eyes flashing with malice. In that moment, Samuel realized this was not just a battle against pirates. It was a fight for his very soul. A surge of adrenaline propelled him forward. He dodged a heavy swing and countered with a thrust that caught the pirate off guard. The man stumbled back, and the satisfaction of victory flickered in Samuel's chest. But before he could relish the moment, another pirate lunged at him, and the chaos erupted around them like a storm unleashed. Smoke filled the air, mingling with the cries of the wounded. Samuel ducked and weaved, feeling the heat of cannon fire and the clash of swords reverberate through the ground beneath him. He was no longer a young man seeking adventure. He was part of something larger, a battleground where courage battled fear. The tide of the fight ebbed and flowed. Samuel fought alongside Captain Blake, whose seasoned movements were both inspiring and terrifying. The captain wielded his sword with the grace of a dancer, each strike precise and calculated. For a fleeting moment, Samuel caught his eye, and in that gaze, he felt an unspoken bond form, two souls fighting for a common cause. Then, with a thunderous roar, a cannonball struck the side of the town hall, sending debris raining down. Samuel barely managed to shield himself, but the sight was enough to fuel his rage. Around him, townsfolk rallied, forming a defensive line that pushed back against the relentless tide of pirates. Each swing of his cutlass brought a new wave of exhilaration mixed with fear, a proof of his transformation from bystander to warrior. But the pirates were relentless. They fought with a savagery that sent chills down Samuel's spine. The scent of gunpowder and blood mingled in the air, and he could feel the weight of loss as friends fell around him. With each fallen comrade, the stakes soared higher. But Samuel drew strength from their bravery, and like a fire igniting in the hearth, he pressed on, embodying the spirit of his home. In the midst of the chaos, he spotted Black Jack himself, a figure of menace standing atop the remains of a shipwreck, barking orders and rallying his men with a ferocity that sent a shudder through Samuel. Rage boiled within him, the man who had come to destroy everything he held dear. Samuel knew that this was not just a test of swords but a fight for the very soul of Tortuga. With a fierce determination, he pushed through the throng, dodging blows and weaving through the chaos. Every step felt like an eternity as he closed the distance to Black Jack. The world faded around him. There was only the pirate captain and the resolve to protect his home. The moment of reckoning was upon him, and his heart raced with the weight of destiny. As Samuel faced Black Jack, the air crackled with tension. The pirate's grin faded, replaced by a calculating glare. The fate of the town hung in the balance, and the echoes of battle faded into a haunting silence, the world narrowing to just the two of them. The first test had truly begun. The salty air whipped fiercely across the Aegean Sea, carrying with it the sound of distant waves crashing against craggy shores. Jason stood at the helm of the Argo, the mighty ship that would carry him and his band of heroes into the pages of legend. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the water, but the glimmering beauty of the scene did nothing to calm the raging storm in his heart. Fear and excitement warred within him, a tumultuous mix that made his palms sweat against the rough wood of the ship. He had gathered the finest crew in all of Greece, Hercules with muscles that could bend steel, Atalanta, swift as the wind, known for her unmatched skill with a bow, Orpheus, whose music could charm even the fiercest of beasts, and so many others, each with their own dreams and burdens. They were not just warriors. They were men and women, filled with hopes of glory and the shadows of their pasts. Each of them harbored stories that the winds whispered through the sails, tales of triumph and tragedy that would shape their fates in the quest to find the Golden Fleece. As they sailed closer to the distant shores of Colchis, an uneasy silence settled among the crew. Jason glanced around, his heart heavy with the weight of leadership. Every life aboard the Argo depended on his decisions. The Golden Fleece was not merely a symbol of power, it was a beacon of redemption for Jason. It was a chance to reclaim his rightful throne from the clutches of deceit and treachery. Suddenly, the wind howled louder, sending a shiver down Jason's spine. He turned, eyes narrowing on a dark cloud gathering on the horizon, ominous and heavy. "Keep steady," he shouted, but his voice barely rose above the roar of the storm. Fear gripped the crew as the waves began to swell, each one threatening to engulf them. The ship creaked and groaned as it bobbed violently, and for a moment, doubt flickered in Jason's mind. Was this journey truly worth the risk? Would he lead them to glory or doom? Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Hercules stepped forward, his face grim but resolute. "We did not come this far to turn back now," he said, his voice steady like the mountain itself. "Whatever challenges await us, we face them together." There was a fire in his eyes that ignited the spirits of the crew. One by one, they echoed their agreement, each declaration a lifeline pulling Jason back from the edge of uncertainty. With renewed resolve, Jason took a deep breath, focusing on the task ahead. They would face monsters and trials, sorcery and betrayal, but together, they would stand as one. The storm surged around them, fierce and unforgiving, yet their spirits soared higher than the waves. The ship surged forward, slicing through the tumult with a newfound determination. The crew worked in harmony, pulling ropes and adjusting sails, each heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the ocean. Jason felt a swell of pride as he watched them, their fear replaced by a fierce determination. They were a family now, bound by a single purpose, a quest that would test their bravery and loyalty to the very limits. But as the tempest raged, so too did the shadows of doubt. What awaited them in Colchis? They had heard whispers of the fierce guardian, a dragon that never slept, coiled around the fleece, its eyes burning like embers in the night. Jason's mind raced with possibilities. Would they find allies, or would treachery lie waiting at every turn? The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, but he had to believe that fortune favored the bold. As the storm began to wane, a glimmer of land appeared through the haze. The shores of Colchis were lush with greenery, a stark contrast to the chaos they had just endured. But beauty can be deceiving. The warmth of the sun on Jason's skin brought no comfort. A gnawing dread settled in his gut. In the brief pause before disembarkation, Jason gathered his crew. "What we seek is not just a golden prize," he said, his voice steady despite the weight of what lay ahead. "The fleece will require more than strength and skill to retrieve. We will need to rely on each other, trust in our bond. If one of us falters, we all fall." His words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, but also filled with hope. With a shared resolve, they prepared to step foot on foreign soil. Each member of the crew carried their own burdens, their own fears, but they would face the unknown together. As they landed, the sun shone brightly overhead, illuminating the path that lay before them, but shadows lurked at the edges of the vibrant landscape. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a chilling roar echoed through the air. Jason's heart raced. Was it the dragon, or was it the very land itself, awakening to challenge them? The crew fell silent, eyes wide with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Jason led the way forward, feeling the weight of destiny on his shoulders. The road was fraught with danger, but the pulse of adventure quickened in his veins. They had come too far to turn back now. Behind them lay the open sea, but ahead, the fleece awaited, shimmering with promises and peril alike. With each step deeper into the heart of Colchis, the air thickened with an unspoken tension. They were no longer just a crew. They were legends in the making, bound to intertwine their fates with myth. The path stretched out before them, filled with uncertainty, yet illuminated by the flickering flame of hope. And as they ventured onward, the echoes of their past whispered in the winds, urging them toward a destiny that shimmered just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with tension as Jason stood at the edge of the dark forest of Colchis, a place whispered about in taverns and fireside tales. Ancient trees loomed over him like sentinels, their gnarled branches twisting against the twilight sky. It felt as if the very earth was holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to unfold. He had come seeking glory, yet he could feel the weight of fear pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. Behind him, his comrades, Hercules, Atlanta, and the others, prepared for the trials that lay ahead. Each bore their own dread and determination, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches. They were more than friends. They were a family forged in the fires of adversity. Yet, the shadows that danced around them whispered secrets of betrayal, danger, and the unknown. Jason's heart raced as he wondered if their bond was strong enough to withstand what awaited them. The first trial loomed ahead. The fierce bulls, their skin gleaming like molten gold under the sun, breathed fire as they pawed the ground. These were no ordinary creatures but sacred guardians of the Colchian land. A hush fell over the group when Jason stepped forward, his heart thundering. He remembered the stories of men who had faced these beasts and never returned. His hands trembled, but he felt the steady presence of Atlanta beside him, her fierce spirit a beacon of hope. "Together," she whispered, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. He could see the determination in her eyes, reflecting a fierce loyalty that both comforted and terrified him. With a nod, they moved as one, strategizing their approach. They had trained for this, but the reality of facing the bulls was more daunting than any practice had prepared them for. As they charged into the fray, the ground shook beneath the thunderous hooves. Hercules grappled with one, using his strength to subdue its raging fury, while Atlanta and Jason worked in concert to distract another. Time stretched and warped, each moment a lifetime as they dodged flames and thrashing horns. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and sweat, mingling with the adrenaline that coursed through their veins. With a final, desperate effort, Jason leaped, managing to grab a golden yoke that would bind the beast. The bull's roar echoed in his ears, a fierce cacophony of rage and defiance. But in that moment of terror, he felt the strength of his companions behind him, the unbreakable thread connecting them as they fought side by side against the odds. They emerged victorious, breathless and trembling, but their triumph was bittersweet. The victory was theirs, yet the weight of the next challenge loomed ominously on the horizon. The next trial awaited them at the edge of a vast lake, its water still and glassy, reflecting the ominous clouds above. This was the domain of the fearsome dragon, a creature whose scales shimmered like jewels, guarding the famous golden fleece. The stories told of its fiery breath and cunning intellect, and Jason felt a chill creep up his spine. The stakes were higher now. The fleece was not just a prize, but a symbol of hope for their futures. As they approached the water's edge, the silence was deafening. The dragon lay coiled atop a rocky outcropping, its eyes glinting with an ancient wisdom, as if it could see into their very souls. Jason felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. This was not merely about him. It was about his friends, about the promise of victory and the fear of failure. He could not let them down. With a brave heart, he stepped closer, aware that every breath could be his last. The dragon stirred, a low growl rumbling in its throat, and Jason's stomach twisted in knots. But Atlanta, unyielding, took the lead. She had a plan, a way to distract the beast while Jason made his move. Her confidence ignited a spark of hope within him, and suddenly, he felt less like a lone hero and more like a part of something larger, something powerful. They executed their plan flawlessly. Atlanta's arrows flew true, catching the dragon's attention while Jason slipped behind it. He could feel the heat radiating from the beast, the tension in the air thick enough to slice. Every heartbeat echoed in his ears, a reminder of the fragility of life and friendship. He reached for the fleece, its soft texture almost a whisper against his fingers, but the dragon roared, realizing the betrayal too late. In that moment, they found strength in each other, pushing through fear and uncertainty. They fought together, their movements synchronized, an intricate dance of survival. The dragon writhed in fury, but they held their ground, fueled by camaraderie and resolve. When the dust finally settled, they stood battered but victorious, the golden fleece cradled in Jason's arms, a tangible symbol of their unity. But the trials were not yet over. As they turned to leave the lake behind, the ground began to rumble, and from the depths of the earth came the shadows of forgotten souls, spirits of those who had failed before them. The air grew colder, and Jason could see the fear etched on the faces of his friends. They had fought hard, but now they faced an enemy born from despair itself. With fear creeping into his heart, Jason looked around at his companions, their faces pale but resolute. In that instant, he understood that their journey was far from finished. They had faced monsters of flesh and flame, but the true test was yet to come. They had to face their deepest fears, the shadows of doubt that loomed larger than any beast or dragon. Standing together, their hearts beat as one, a powerful rhythm that drowned out the haunting whispers of the past. Together, Jason urged, his voice steady, resonating with the strength of their shared experiences. With a collective breath, they prepared to face the darkness that beckoned them forward, ready to confront whatever lay ahead side by side. The trials in Colchis were far from over, but together they would meet every challenge, every shadow, with courage forged in the fires of friendship. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the Aegean Sea in hues of fiery orange and deep crimson. It was a day that began like any other in ancient Sparta, but it would soon twist into a tale of heartbreak and heroism. The air was thick with tension and uncertainty as news spread like wildfire through the dusty streets. Helen, the fairest of all women, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a kingdom in turmoil. As whispers of her kidnapping echoed through the stone halls, the hearts of men turned heavy with dread. A sense of urgency filled the air. The life of the most beautiful woman in the world hung in the balance. Those who dared to love her felt a shuddering chill, knowing that her beauty was both a blessing and a curse. She had captivated the hearts of many, but it was Paris, a prince of Troy, who had taken her away, driven by lust and ambition. The brothers, Agamemnon and Menelaus, were thrust into a maelstrom of emotion. Agamemnon, the older brother, wore the crown of Mycenae with a weight that pressed down on his shoulders like an iron yoke. Menelaus, though fierce and proud, was a man whose heart had been shattered. The mere thought of his beloved Helen entwined with another sent waves of rage through his veins. They stood at the edge of a precipice, staring out at the sea, which mirrored their inner turmoil. The golden shores of Troy beckoned like a siren, promising peril but also the possibility of rescue. Hints of what was to come lingered in the charged air around them. The brothers exchanged glances, silent agreements passing between them. They knew the stakes. They would not let their names be tarnished by the loss of Helen. The weight of honor pressed down upon them, and with it came an irresistible pull to act, to save Helen from her captor. As the sun dipped lower, shadows lengthened, and a plan began to form in the brothers' minds. They rallied their allies, warriors who were bound by oaths forged in blood and loyalty. The promise of adventure and honor drew many to their side. Together, they formed a formidable army, their hearts beating in unison, driven by the singular purpose of retrieving Helen. The soldiers stood like a wall of iron, their armor glinting in the dying light, each man carrying a piece of the brothers' sorrow and determination. The clang of swords was music to their ears, the promise of battle igniting their spirits. Agamemnon's commanding voice rang out, a rallying cry that stirred something primal within each warrior. They would march into the heart of Troy, where danger awaited, but they would not falter. As the army set forth, the atmosphere was electric, filled with a heady mix of fear and hope. They knew they were headed into the lion's den, a city protected by towering walls and fierce defenders. Each soldier felt the weight of the brothers' desperation, their collective grief transforming into a burning resolve. They would face whatever lay ahead, for Helen's freedom was worth every drop of blood. The journey to Troy was fraught with tension and uncertainty. As they crossed the plains, the looming walls of the city came into view, stark against the twilight sky. The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, and in that moment, a silent promise passed between them. They would not allow their beloved Helen to remain a pawn in someone else's game. Battles raged in their minds, each brother wrestling with doubt and fear. Menelaus, his heart pounding like a war drum, envisioned the moment he would confront Paris, reclaiming what was rightfully his. Agamemnon, always the strategist, plotted their approach, every detail meticulously considered. Their minds raced, but beneath it all lay an undercurrent of something deeper, a fierce love that would not be extinguished. As they drew closer to the walls of Troy, the air grew thick with tension. Shouts of defiance echoed across the battlements, the Trojans ready to defend their prize. But the brothers remained steadfast, united in purpose. They would fight not just for Helen, but for the honor of their names, for the legacy they would leave behind. The night descended, cloaking the world in darkness, but the fire in their hearts burned ever stronger. They moved silently, like shadows, slipping through the gates, their breath mingling with the cool night air. Every heartbeat felt like thunder as they crept closer to the heart of the city, where Helen was held captive, her fate hanging by a thread. The tension reached a boiling point as they neared the grand palace. In the stillness of the night, the brothers could almost hear her voice, calling out to them, a desperate plea tinged with hope. The walls of Troy seemed to close in around them, but they pressed on, driven by an unwavering determination that surged through them like wildfire. As they burst into the palace, chaos erupted. The clash of swords echoed through the stone corridors, fierce and unyielding. Menelaus fought with the strength of a lion, his every move fueled by love and anger, his heart racing as he sought out the one who had stolen his heart. Agamemnon, ever the warrior, led the charge, rallying their men with a fierce battle cry, a testament to the bond of brothers forged in the fires of war. Suddenly, there she was. In a chamber filled with shadows, Helen stood, her beauty undiminished by her captivity. The sight of her sent a jolt through Menelaus, electrifying every fiber of his being. He fought his way through the chaos, his eyes locked on her, believing that this moment would be the turning point of their lives. But just as hope surged, danger loomed. Paris appeared, a fierce protector, his own heart entwined with Helen's. The tension was palpable, a storm brewing as the two men faced off. In that instant, the world outside faded, leaving only the three of them in a dance of fate. The brothers' intervention had begun, but the end was far from certain. The fight for Helen was not just a battle of swords but of hearts and souls, a struggle that would echo throughout history. And in the heart of that chaos, love clashed with ambition, leaving everyone caught in the tempest of an unfolding legend. The air was thick with tension, the kind that clung to the skin like a persistent shadow, whispering secrets of violence and glory. The battlefield stretched beneath a sky that rumbled, threatening storms of both nature and man. It was here, on the edge of a world steeped in myth and blood, that the twins stirred restlessly, their fates intertwined like the strands of a fraying rope. Castor and Pollux, two names that echoed through the ages, bound by blood, honor, and the weight of their choices. The sons of Leda, they were not mere warriors. They were legends wrapped in flesh, born into a world aflame with the desire for war. As they stood before the sprawling city of Troy, their hearts pulsed with conflicting emotions. One brother, Castor, was a skilled horseman, his hands steady on the reins of destiny. The other, Pollux, a master boxer, carried the strength of their lineage in his fists. Together, they were formidable, but each bore a fire that burned differently. On the horizon, the walls of Troy loomed like a challenge tossed by the gods themselves. Their gleaming stones seemed to defy the sun, an impenetrable fortress, a symbol of resilience that called to both the ambitious and the desperate. As the twins prepared to enter this crucible of fate, whispers of prophecy and foreboding danced through their minds. They could feel the weight of the war that had begun with a golden apple, a simple object that had ignited flames of jealousy and desire among the goddesses, setting men against one another. The leading figures of the Achaeans were already scheming, their eyes lit with a lust for glory. Agamemnon, the king who thought himself a god, and Achilles, the fierce warrior, stood at the forefront, rallying their troops. The sight filled Castor with unease. He knew these men were driven by ambition, but their thirst for victory could drown out the cries of innocent souls caught in the crossfire. He often worried about the line between bravery and foolishness, a line they would all soon cross. Pollux, however, was consumed by a different flame. The thrill of battle ignited something primal in him, a desire to prove their worth and cement their legacy. "We fight for honor, brother," he urged, passion igniting his voice. "This is our moment to shine." The fire in his heart was contagious, and Castor felt it, even as his instincts screamed for caution. "But at what cost?" Castor replied, his brow furrowed with worry. "What good is glory if it comes with the sacrifice of our souls?" As the twins debated, the winds shifted, carrying the scent of ash and sweat, a foreboding reminder of what awaited them. The horns of war sounded in the distance, a chilling reminder of the choice they had made to take part in this legendary conflict. The Achaeans had assembled, their hearts beating in unison, ready to clash against the proud Trojans who had once welcomed them as guests. History would remember this day, but the twins felt only the weight of uncertainty. They joined the throng of soldiers, their armor clanking, a cacophony that harmonized with the frantic beating of their hearts. The ground beneath them trembled, not just from the footsteps of the warriors but from the very essence of fate spiraling around them, drawing them closer to an inevitable confrontation. As they approached the walls of Troy, the air thickened with the cries of men and the clash of swords, a sound that echoed like thunder in their ears. In that moment, the twins became more than brothers. They became symbols of hope and despair. Castor's thoughts turned to the families left behind, the children who would grow up with empty places at their tables. He envisioned fathers who might never return, wives who would mourn for the rest of their lives. This war felt like a living organism, consuming everything in its path, and he longed for a way to break free from its suffocating grasp. But Pollux was already charging forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He could feel the rush of impending battle, the slam of fists against flesh, the heat of victory waiting just out of reach. "Stay close," he yelled, adrenaline electrifying his voice. "We fight together. We win together." And in that moment, Castor felt a surge of pride for his brother, even as his heart sank under the weight of their decision. He knew that the day was steeped in blood, and the true cost of glory was often hidden behind a veil of glory. As the twins surged into the fray, their bond became palpable, a heartbeat resonating amid the chaos. The clang of swords, the cries of men, all faded into a distant roar, and their world shrank to the space between them. Castor's skilled horsemanship guided them through the chaos, while Pollux's fists struck like lightning, each blow a testament to their legacy. Each movement was a dance of life and death, a fragile balance that could tip at any moment. But beneath that fierce resolve lay the seeds of doubt. With every swing of his sword, Castor felt the darkness creeping in. The faces of the fallen began to haunt him, their eyes wide with fear and regret. He fought not just for their side, but for every soul who had been dragged into this war that was never theirs to begin with. "Pollux, we must remember why we are here," he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. "We cannot lose ourselves." Pollux, fueled by the thrill of battle, merely grunted in acknowledgement, his focus razor-sharp. They were surrounded now, the Achaeans and Trojans locked in a deadly embrace, a dance of destruction that felt both exhilarating and horrifying. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting eerie shadows over the blood-soaked ground, the twins found themselves swept into the heart of the storm, where glory loomed like a tantalizing mirage. Around them, allies and enemies fell and rose like waves crashing against the shore. The smell of iron and sweat mingled, creating a miasma that filled their lungs and clouded their minds. The world shifted and twisted, revealing the beauty and horror of the human spirit. And as Castor and Pollux fought side by side, the bond that tied them together became a lifeline amidst the chaos. In the distance, the battle raged on, each clash of steel a reminder of the stakes at play, each victory shadowed by the sorrow of loss. And as the twins plunged deeper into the heart of the conflict, they could feel the weight of destiny pressing upon them, a reminder that every choice they made would ripple through time, echoing in the tales of men for generations to come. The fight was far from over, and what lay ahead was a tempest that would test not just their strength but the very essence of who they were. The air was thick with tension as the villagers huddled together beneath the towering stone statue of their once great deity, Arion. The sky above churned ominously, dark clouds swirling as if the heavens themselves were caught in a tempest of uncertainty. They had prayed fervently, their voices rising like a desperate plea, but the drought had lingered for far too long. Crops withered in the fields, and children's laughter waned, replaced by the heavy silence of despair. Amidst the throng stood Alara, a young woman with fiery determination in her eyes. She had always believed in the stories her grandmother told, tales of gods who roamed the earth, whispering wisdom to those brave enough to listen. Her heart raced at the thought of divine intervention, a flicker of hope igniting within her. As she knelt before the statue, Alara closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her. "Oh, Arion," she whispered, "if you are listening, we need you now more than ever." The moment hung in the air, charged with a palpable energy. Suddenly, a crack of lightning split the sky, illuminating the statue in a ghostly glow. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Had they truly reached the heavens? The villagers exchanged worried glances, their skepticism battling with the flicker of hope. Just then, a soft breeze rustled through the trees surrounding the village, carrying with it a scent of fresh rain, and the heartbeats quickened. In the distance, an ancient temple stood forgotten, cloaked in vines and shadow. Legends said it was built to honor the goddess Thalassa, guardian of water and life. Alara's heartbeat quickened. Perhaps this was the answer. Perhaps the aid they sought lay within those crumbling stones. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and raced toward the temple, her feet pounding against the earth, a melody of determination. With each stride, whispers of encouragement followed. Those who remained behind could feel something changing in the air. As she reached the temple, the once hidden entrance loomed before her, a gaping maw of darkness waiting to be explored. The air felt charged, electric with the promise of what lay inside. Alara hesitated only for a moment, then stepped into the shadows, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. Inside, the walls were adorned with intricate carvings depicting Thalassa's gifts. Life-giving waters, vibrant flowers blooming in her wake, and children frolicking in the sunlight. Each image shimmered as if alive, filling Alara with a sense of purpose. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the temple, and the ground trembled beneath her feet. She stumbled, but steadied herself, eyes wide with awe. A soft glow began to emanate from the center of the chamber, beckoning her closer. As Alara approached, she gasped. There, rising from a pool of crystal-clear water, was the figure of Thalassa herself. A radiant woman with hair like cascading waves, her eyes deep and knowing. "Why have you come, child of the earth?" Thalassa's voice flowed like a gentle stream, soothing yet powerful. Alara fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the beauty and presence of the goddess. "We are suffering. The drought has stolen our crops, our laughter, our hope. Please help us." Her voice quivered, each word laced with desperation. Thalassa's gaze softened. "Your faith has brought you here, Alara. But faith without action is like a river without water. What will you sacrifice for your people?" The question hung heavy in the air. Alara felt the weight of her ancestors' struggles press upon her. She thought of her people, how their hopes rested on a delicate thread. "I will do whatever it takes," she vowed, her voice steady, though her heart raced. With a knowing smile, Thalassa raised her hand, and the air shimmered with energy. "Then you must seek the essence of life, the heart of the river. It lies deep within the mountains, guarded by creatures of the ancient world. Only those pure of heart may retrieve it." Alara nodded, determination coursing through her veins. She could almost feel the spirits of her ancestors rallying behind her, urging her onward. "I will not fail." With those words, the shimmering vision of Thalassa began to fade, but not before she imparted a blessing. A gentle warmth enveloped Alara, filling her with strength and courage. As the goddess disappeared, the temple shuddered, and Alara stumbled back, the weight of the task ahead settling in. Emerging from the temple, the world outside had transformed. The storm had ceased, and the first droplets of rain began to fall, softly at first, then turning into a torrential downpour. The villagers erupted in joy, their voices rising to the heavens, believing that their prayers had been answered. But Alara knew her journey was just beginning. She had been chosen, and the weight of her mission pressed heavily upon her shoulders. As she raced back to the village, each step resonated with the heartbeat of the earth, a rhythm that quickened with the promise of life. In the distance, she could see the villagers celebrating, their faces lit with joy and relief. But beneath the surface, she sensed the urgency of the task ahead. Time was of the essence. She needed to reach the heart of the river before hope waned once more. Alara gathered a few brave souls to join her. They set off toward the mountains, through thick forests where shadows danced and ancient trees whispered secrets of old. The path was fraught with challenges, and with each obstacle, Alara felt the presence of the gods guiding her. They came across a raging river that seemed insurmountable. It was then that the whispers grew louder, and she remembered Thalassa's teachings. Trust in the waters, she urged her companions, dipping her fingers into the swirling depths. A calmness descended, and just like that, the waters parted, revealing a safe passage through. The villagers gasped, understanding that divine intervention was not merely a distant promise, but a living force acting through them. As they climbed higher, the air became thin, and the chill of the mountains wrapped around them like a shroud. Alara's resolve never wavered. She could almost hear Thalassa's voice urging her forward. Each step taken was a step toward salvation, not just for her, but for every living soul that called the village home. With every challenge they faced, the bond between the companions deepened, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient tales of their ancestors. Each whispered prayer seemed to summon help in unexpected ways. A gust of wind to guide them, a flicker of light to illuminate the path ahead. They were not alone. They were part of a grand tapestry woven by the gods themselves. As they reached the peak, exhaustion draped over them like a heavy blanket. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land. In that moment, Alara felt a surge of adrenaline. They were close. She could sense it. The heart of the river awaited just beyond the ridge. But what awaited them there? Would they truly find the essence of life? The final ascent loomed before them, a rocky precipice guarded by shadows and whispers, and Alara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the universe upon her. The gods were watching, waiting for their champion to rise. A single shoe lay abandoned on the muddy battlefield, still caked with blood, a haunting reminder of the life it once sheltered. Nearby, the soft cries of mothers echoed in the chilling wind, their hopes diminished like the setting sun, swallowed by the shadows of war. This scene was not isolated. It was a snapshot of a broader tragedy, one that held the weight of countless stories, all woven into the fabric of conflict. As the cannons roared, they didn't just unleash destruction. They tore families apart. Each deafening blast was a reminder that men, once full of laughter and dreams, were now reduced to mere statistics. In the spring of 1864, during the brutal battles of the American Civil War, the ground was drenched not just in rain, but in the tears of those left behind. Soldiers, once filled with fervor, now lay lifeless, their youthful faces frozen in time, memories lost to the relentless march of war. Among them was young Thomas, a farmer's son. He had promised his mother he would return home, that he would help her tend to the fields. But as he lay there, clutching a tattered letter from her, the words blurred by the blood and grime, the promise felt like a distant whisper. Around him, his comrades were not just soldiers. They were brothers, each one a thread in the tapestry of a shared dream. Now that tapestry lay torn, frayed, and stained. In the villages, the absence of these men sent ripples of despair. Wives stared at doors that would never open again. Children clung to the hope of a father's embrace that would never come. The very earth seemed to mourn, as if it could feel the loss of those who once walked upon it. The cries of a widow named Clara pierced the stillness, her hands trembling as she held her child, a boy who would never know the warmth of his father's laughter. Every night, as she lit a candle, she prayed, not for herself, but for the souls of men like Thomas, asking the heavens to remember them, even as the world forgot. But the war had a cruel way of twisting fate. It was not just the soldiers who faced sacrifice. It was families, entire communities, and countless lives forever altered. In the bustling cities, the spirit of revolution turned into despair. Factories that once buzzed with life and hope now stood silent, their workers gone, leaving behind empty spaces that echoed with the absence of laughter. The sound of a child's toy falling to the ground was like a bell tolling for those who would never return. Even the pages of history would tell tales of these tragedies, stories of courage and despair intertwined. In a small town in Pennsylvania, a memorial stood where once a vibrant community thrived. The names of the fallen were etched in stone, each a beacon of sacrifice. The townsfolk gathered each year, not to celebrate victory, but to grieve. Tears mingled with the rain as the quiet solemnity enveloped them, their hearts heavy with the weight of loss. Days turned into months, and seasons changed, but the wounds of war lingered, festering in the hearts of those left behind. The sound of hooves clattering on cobblestones felt like a ghost of the past. It served as a painful reminder of the soldiers who had ridden away, full of hope and purpose. As mothers hung laundry on the line, each piece of clothing danced in the breeze, whispering tales of lives once lived. The vibrant colors of the fabric were a stark contrast to the gray shadows that loomed in their hearts. Then, there were the letters, slow to arrive but filled with the weight of love and longing. Each stroke of ink carried a soldier's spirit, a lifeline thrown to those waiting at home. They wrote about battles, about the camaraderie forged in the heat of conflict, but also about the fear that gnawed at their insides. "If I don't come back," one letter read, "know that I fought for you, for our dreams." But those dreams were often extinguished before they could bloom. Amidst the chaos of war, there were moments of fleeting tenderness. A soldier named James took a moment to write a letter not just to his wife, but to his unborn child. He imagined the day he would hold his child, feeling the warmth of new life against his chest. He penned words of hope, of dreams for a future that now felt precarious, interspersed with the fear that he might never see them. And so, the cycle of loss continued. Each day, the sun rose, illuminating the empty places at dinner tables, the absent laughter echoing in the silence. The toll of war was not just counted in battles won or lost. It was etched into the skin of every survivor, into the very soil that soaked up the blood of the fallen. The memories of those who had sacrificed their lives hung in the air, a bittersweet perfume that reminded the living of their pain. As dusk fell over the horizon, a haunting stillness enveloped the battlefield. The remnants of war, both physical and emotional, lay like shadows on the hearts of those left behind. They gathered, not for closure but for remembrance, their voices softly rising in the night. "They are not gone," Clara whispered as she clutched her son tighter. "They live on in us." And as tears fell, they mingled with the earth, nurturing the hope that somehow their sacrifices would not be in vain. Through these darkest moments, the tragedy of war unfolded, a tapestry woven not just of loss but of the indomitable human spirit. And while the shadows lingered, the light of remembrance flickered on, a beacon for the souls who had given everything. The echoes of their stories would not be silenced. They would resonate through time, urging future generations to remember the cost of conflict, to honor the sacrifices made in the name of love, hope, and the relentless pursuit of peace. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient stones of the Brotherhood's temple. Its walls were adorned with faded carvings depicting fierce warriors, sworn to protect one another until the end of their days. Here, where the weight of history lingered like the sweet scent of incense, two brothers stood, their hearts pounding with a promise that would echo through eternity. Fletcher and Elias had been inseparable since childhood. Born into a world rife with conflict, their bond was forged in the fires of adversity. Their laughter rang out amidst the chaos, an unbreakable thread tying their fates together, echoing like a heartbeat in the silence of the mountains that surrounded their village. The brothers understood each other without the need for words, each glance and gesture a testament to their loyalty. They had shared everything, joys, fears, and dreams, scraping by on the barest of means, their lives woven into a tapestry of brotherhood. But today felt different. As they stood before the sacred altar, the air thick with tension, they could feel the weight of impending war pressing down on their shoulders. The rumors of an invading army had spread like wildfire, fueling fear and despair in the hearts of their people. Deep inside, they knew that the time had come to make a choice that would bind them together in ways they could not yet fathom. Fletcher's fingers brushed against a dagger, its hilt smooth and cold, a weapon that had seen too many battles. Elias caught his gaze, and in that moment, they understood the silent conversation circulating between them. They would fight together or not at all. The brothers had long whispered tales of an oath, an ancient promise that would seal their fate. The words were more than just ink on parchment. They were the lifeblood of their bond, a vow stronger than steel. As twilight fell, casting a golden hue across the temple, they knelt side by side. The flickering candlelight danced in their eyes as they recited the oath, their voices low and steady. "We pledge our lives to each other, to stand as one in the face of death. No force shall sever our bond. In life and beyond, we shall remain brothers." Each word resonated with power, sending a shiver down their spines. Their hearts beat in unison, echoing the ancient rhythm of their ancestors who had done the same. The air around them thickened, and for a brief moment, the past seemed to whisper secrets just beyond their reach, rousing a fierce determination deep within. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves shattered the silence. The brothers rose, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Shadows flickered at the edge of the temple as villagers scrambled for safety. The invading army had arrived, a tide of chaos threatening to engulf their home. Fletcher and Elias exchanged a quick glance, understanding igniting between them. Without a word, they grasped each other's forearm, a gesture steeped in tradition, a sign of a bond unyielding. Together, they charged into the fray, the roar of battle ringing in their ears. Steel clashed, cries of pain and valor filled the air. But through it all, the brothers fought back to back, a single force against the tide of darkness. Fletcher swung his dagger with precision, every move calculated, a reflection of the countless hours spent training together. Elias, wielding a sword handed down from their father, moved with grace and fury, his every strike a dance of defiance against fate. As their enemies fell before them, the brothers became a whirlwind of loyalty and strength. Blood painted the ground beneath them, mingling with the dust of their hometown. It was a symphony of chaos, yet within that storm, their bond shone like a beacon. They could feel the oath wrapping around them, a protective cloak forged in the fires of their love and commitment. But as the tide of battle raged on, darkness loomed. Fletcher turned just in time to see an enemy soldier lunging toward Elias, a wicked glint in his eyes. Time seemed to slow as he shouted his brother's name, adrenaline surging through him as he leaped, diving forward. The dagger struck true, but only after it had pierced into his own side. Pain lanced through him, a stark contrast to the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Elias, stunned, turned to face his brother, horror spreading across his features. "Fletcher!" He rushed to his side, cradling him as they both hit the ground, the world around them fading into a blur of chaos. The oath they had taken echoed in his mind, each word driving him to fight against the anguish clawing at his heart. "Stay with me?" Fletcher gasped, his breath hitching as he struggled to stay conscious. "We're brothers, remember?" Elias' heart raced, the fire of desperation igniting within him. The oath was more than words. It was the very essence of their lives. "I won't let you go," he cried, his voice cracking. He tore at Fletcher's shirt, pressing his hands against the wound, but blood flowed freely, a river of life slipping away. Around them, the battle raged on, but in that moment, nothing else mattered. Elias held Fletcher close, the weight of their shared memories flooding back, the laughter, the fights, the shared dreams of a peaceful future. He could not lose this, not now, not ever. His grip tightened, as if he could halt time itself, recalling the sacred promise they had made. The ground trembled beneath them, and the cries of war faded into a haunting silence. In that stillness, Fletcher's gaze locked onto Elias, their hearts intertwining, expressing what words could no longer convey. They were brothers bound by blood, forged by fire, and even in the face of death, their loyalty would endure, transcending the mortal realm. In the chaos of war, as fate weaved its intricate tapestry, the brothers remained resolute, their oath echoing through the ages. A promise that would ripple through time, binding their souls together beyond life itself. In that fleeting moment, they understood. Loyalty knew no bounds, and their story was far from over. The cold wind howled through the desolate streets, carrying with it the whispers of lives lost and destinies sealed. In the dim light of dusk, two figures stood at the edge of a cliff, overlooking the churning sea below. Their breaths mingled with the salty air, heavy with the weight of unspoken words and unresolved fates. This was not just a moment of reflection. It was the precipice of their final act, a culmination of choices that had led them here, to the brink of eternity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky ignited in hues of crimson and gold, reminiscent of the blood that would soon stain the earth. Behind them, the shadows of history loomed large, a tapestry of events that had woven their lives together in ways they could never have imagined. They were not merely victims of circumstance. They were pawns in a greater game, their destinies entwined with the relentless march of time. The echoes of their past resonated in the air, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that had brought them to this moment. One had fought valiantly for a cause. The other had lived in the shadows, always a step away from the light. Their stories were etched in the annals of history, one a soldier of fortune, the other a tragic muse. Yet, in this moment, they were united in their vulnerability, standing on the edge of a world that had both nurtured and betrayed them. As they turned to face each other, the flicker of recognition passed between them, a shared understanding that transcended words. They had seen what the world had to offer, and now the grim reality of their existence was laid bare. The dreams they once held close were now mere phantoms, haunting their thoughts as the tide crashed violently against the rocks below. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch, each second filled with the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled aspirations. They had loved, lost, and fought with every ounce of their being, yet fate had dealt its cruel hand. How could it be that two souls so vibrant and full of life would find themselves here, in a place where hope flickered like a dying ember? As darkness enveloped the landscape, a sense of urgency filled the air. The reckoning was upon them, and the world was watching. The specter of history loomed, an unyielding force that demanded an answer, a final act that would be remembered long after they were gone. In their hearts, they could feel the chill of destiny tightening its grip, pulling them toward an end that felt both inevitable and unthinkable. How had it come to this? The stories of their lives played out in a haunting montage, moments of joy and sorrow flashing before their eyes like a flickering candle. One remembered the cheers of the crowd, the intoxicating rush of victory. The other recalled the quiet moments, the solace found in art and words that resonated with the soul. Together, they had danced with fate, but now, the music had faded, leaving only silence and the echo of their own hearts. The cliff's edge crumbled beneath them, a metaphor for their own lives, fragile and fleeting. They could no longer ignore the pull of destiny, the silent promise that had been etched into their souls from the very beginning. The ties that bound them to this earth were fraying, and the abyss below called to them with a siren's song. In that instant, they knew they were not alone. The weight of their choices, the burden of their pasts, and the cries of history converged into a single moment of clarity. With trembling hands, they reached out to one another, a connection forged in the fires of adversity. This was not just a farewell. It was a pact, a resolution to face whatever came next together. As tears streamed down their faces, the world around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision of fate and choice. Just then, a distant rumble echoed through the night, a harbinger of the chaos that would soon envelop them. The skies darkened, and the wind picked up, swirling around them as if the universe itself was trying to intervene. They exchanged one last look, each filled with a mixture of fear and defiance. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. But fate, in all its cruel irony, had other plans. As the storm approached, so too did the shadows of their past. The very forces that had driven them toward this moment now surged forth, seeking to reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. In the distance, the silhouette of an army began to form, a grim reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost along the way. In that moment, the realization struck like lightning. They were not merely participants in their own narrative. They were part of a larger saga, one that stretched across the fabric of time itself. Their deaths would not simply mark the end of their stories, but would ripple through the lives of countless others, altering the course of history in ways they could not yet fathom. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the air thickened with tension, a palpable electricity that crackled around them. The storm was not just a harbinger of nature's wrath. It was a reflection of the turmoil within their hearts. Choices made in haste, love lost in the chaos, and the haunting specter of regret all collided in a whirlwind of emotion. They were not ready to embrace the end, yet here they stood, teetering on the edge of fate. The world around them blurred into a cacophony of sound and color, a surreal tableau that mirrored the tumult of their souls. Every moment stretched out, echoing the struggles they had endured, the sacrifices they had made, and the futures they had envisioned. As the storm unleashed its fury, the air crackled with uncertainty. What lay ahead was unknown, but one thing was clear. In their final moments, they would not go quietly into that dark night. Every fiber of their being screamed for life, for love, for a chance to rewrite their stories. But in this cruel twist of fate, destiny would demand its due, and the price would be steep. With hearts pounding in unison, they stepped forward together, casting their fates into the abyss, where the wild waves roared like a chorus of lost souls. The abyss welcomed them as they plunged into the darkness, leaving behind the world that had both cherished and forsaken them. Their stories would not end here. They would transcend, echoing through the ages, woven into the very fabric of history itself. The night sky, a tapestry of twinkling lights, beckoned to the weary souls below, each star a whisper of hope, a flicker of dreams unfulfilled. For countless generations, humanity had gazed upward, hearts pounding with the weight of wonder and longing. What lay beyond? The ancients believed that the stars were the spirits of their ancestors, watching over them, guiding their paths with celestial wisdom. But the truth was far more profound, woven into the very fabric of existence. As the world turned, thousands of years passed beneath the watchful eyes of the constellations. In the cradle of civilization, the Sumerians looked to the heavens, their priests meticulously studying the movements of stars. They spoke of the cycles of life, the ebb and flow of the universe, a dance between chaos and order. Each star represented a deity, a force of nature. Each twinkling light told a story of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The emotions tied to these celestial bodies were raw, palpable, as people prayed for guidance and protection from the heavens. In ancient Egypt, the pyramids rose majestically against the backdrop of a star-studded sky, built as gateways to the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the souls of the departed ascended to become stars, joining the divine. The great Osiris, god of the afterlife, was often depicted with a starry crown, reminding the living that death was not an end but a transformation. The Nile would flood in response to the stars' movements, connecting the cycles of nature with the souls that had transcended mortal bounds. The air was thick with reverence, as families gathered to honor their ancestors, lighting candles and releasing lanterns into the night, watching them rise until they became mere specks against the inky blackness. Meanwhile, in the vast steppes of ancient Mongolia, the nomadic tribes believed that when a warrior fell in battle, their spirit soared high into the sky, becoming a star, fiercely protecting their kin. The night sky served as a canvas for their legends. The stories of brave souls echoed through the whispers of the wind. The stars became a source of courage, a reminder that those who had walked the earth were never truly gone. The flicker of a distant star ignited their hearts, filling them with strength in the face of adversity, a promise that they would always watch over their people. As centuries rolled on, the Greeks pondered the heavens with a mix of curiosity and awe. Ptolemy cataloged the stars, painting the sky with patterns and legends. The constellations told tales of heroes and gods, love and betrayal. In their minds, the stars were the embodiment of the human experience, capturing the essence of joy, sorrow, triumph, and despair. The very act of gazing into the night sky became a sacred ritual, a connection between the divine and the mundane. Each star held the weight of an unsung story, a testament to the lives lived and dreams chased. The emotions coursed through the hearts of countless generations, binding them together in a shared cosmic embrace. As the light of the stars flickered, the pulse of humanity quickened. The whispers of the ancients mingled with the hopes of the living, intertwining the past and present. Yet, amidst the beauty of this celestial canvas, shadows lurked, questions unanswered, fears unspoken. What happened after the transformation? Was there truly an ascension to the heavens? Or was it simply a way to soothe the aching hearts of those left behind? In the shadows of medieval Europe, as the church sought to control the narrative, the stars became symbols of rebellion. Astronomers like Copernicus began to challenge the old beliefs, suggesting that the Earth revolved around the sun, not the other way around. The stars, once seen as fixed points of guidance, were now dynamic entities, dancing in a cosmic ballet far beyond human comprehension. The tension escalated as powerful figures sought to silence those who dared to question the established order. But the flame of curiosity could not be extinguished. The desire to understand the cosmos burned brighter, urging the brave to continue their quest for knowledge. As the Renaissance unfolded, a new era of exploration emerged. The stars became a map for navigators, guiding ships across uncharted waters. The night sky transformed from a mere backdrop of myths to a source of direction, discovery, and adventure. Each celestial body now represented a new possibility, an invitation to venture into the unknown. The ambition to explore the heavens ignited a passion that propelled humanity forward, reaching for the stars with both trepidation and excitement. The emotional landscape grew ever more complex. Each new discovery brought with it a wave of exhilaration, but also a haunting realization. With every answer, new questions arose. What lay beyond the stars? Was there life elsewhere in the universe? The pondering hearts of astronomers and dreamers alike surged with anticipation. A cosmic dance unfolded, drawing them ever closer to the edge of understanding, where the transformation of the human spirit mirrored the ascension of their ancestors into the celestial realm. And in that moment, the sky seemed to pulse with life, a heartbeat echoing the humanity below. The stars, no longer distant and cold, became a chorus of voices, urging them forward into the abyss of the unknown. As the fabric of history intertwined with the fabric of the cosmos, the boundaries between life and death, earth and sky, began to blur. Each new revelation, each whispered prayer, fed the flames of hope, igniting a passion that would not be quenched. In the darkness, the promise of transformation beckoned, entwining the destinies of all those who dared to dream. The stars were not just distant suns. They were the souls of those who had come before, lighting the path for those still to come. The ascension to the heavens was not merely a journey. It was a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, an eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth that would continue to resonate through the ages. As the stars twinkled down upon the earth, the hearts of the living surged with emotion, ready to embrace the mysteries yet to unfold. The night sky beckoned them forward, promising that the transformation into stars was only the beginning, a portal to greater wonders, waiting to unveil their secrets. And so, the dance continued, an unbroken rhythm of hope, longing, and the eternal quest for understanding, urging humanity to look up and dream once more. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, under the watchful gaze of the sun, a palpable electricity crackled in the air. The scent of incense mingled with the laughter of children and the distant clatter of horse-drawn chariots. Yet, amid this lively chaos, a quiet reverence grew within the hearts of many. They whispered the names of Castor and Pollux, the divine twins whose bond transcended the mortal realm. In the flickering shadows of temples adorned with exquisite sculptures, a profound sense of faith blossomed, a faith that tied the people to their very essence, a connection that sent shivers down their spines. The Dioscuri, as they were known, were not just myth. They were protectors, warriors, and symbols of loyalty. Fables of their bravery echoed through the streets, their images etched onto coins and painted on walls. To the Romans, Castor and Pollux embodied the ideal brotherhood, a bond so strong it could withstand the trials of life and death. The stories told of their descent from the heavens, their connection to the stars, and their promise to safeguard travelers, bringing a sense of comfort to those who feared the vast unknown. Every year, the Romans celebrated the Dioscuri with fervor. Their festival, the Quinquatria, a raucous affair filled with music, dance, and the pounding of drums. As the sun set, the city transformed into a canvas of flickering torches and laughter, where the boundaries between the mortal and divine seemed to blur. Citizens adorned in white robes gathered around the great temple on the Capitoline Hill, offering prayers to the twins, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens. The air vibrated with the whispered hopes and dreams of the people, creating a tapestry of emotion that wrapped around each devotee like a warm embrace. On this day, the twin statues of Castor and Pollux stood tall at the temple's forefront, their expressions both serene and fierce. They seemed to watch over the throng of worshippers, eyes glimmering with an ethereal light that promised protection. The twin brothers, born of a union between Leda and Zeus, represented the duality of life, the undeniable struggle between fate and free will, love and loss. It was said that their bond was forged in blood, a reminder that true loyalty could only arise from shared sacrifice. As the night deepened and shadows danced under the flickering torchlight, a palpable tension hung in the air. A group of young men, eager to prove their valor, gathered near the temple's entrance. They spoke in hushed tones about a rival settlement across the river, a place rumored to be thriving and prosperous. Their hearts raced with the excitement of adventure, the thrill of possibly winning glory in battle. But with this thrill came a gnawing fear, a fear of losing what they held dear, of leaving their families and homes behind. They looked to the statues for guidance, silently pleading for the twins' blessings. The whispers of the crowd grew louder, their chants rising like a tide, demanding the twins' favor. But it was not just a longing for victory. It was a desire for safety, for the assurance that their loved ones would be shielded from harm. As they raised their arms in supplication, the air grew thick with emotion, the weight of generations surging forward, a collective heartbeat that echoed through time. In the distance, the rhythmic clashing of swords could already be heard, the sound of men who had embraced their calling. The Dioscuri were not merely figures of myth. They were warriors, protectors of the brave, guiding their followers through the darkest nights. The tension was palpable, a mix of determination and dread that sent shivers down spines. For in battle, there were no guarantees, only the hope that Castor and Pollux would fight alongside them. As dawn approached, the temple glimmered in the first light, casting long shadows across the marble floor. The faithful gathered for a final prayer, each heart beating as one. They lit candles, their flames flickering like the spirits of the fallen, illuminating the path they prayed would lead to glory. Together, they called upon the twins, their voices rising in unison, a powerful invocation that reverberated through the sacred space. The echoes of their words seemed to resonate with the very stones of the temple, as if the gods themselves were listening. And in that moment of shared devotion, something magical and unexplainable happened. A cool breeze swept through the temple, caressing the worshippers' faces, carrying with it the whispers of ancient promises. The twins had heard them, their presence palpable, a surge of energy that filled the hearts of the assembled with courage and hope. As the worshippers prepared to depart, their spirits lifted. They caught sight of the twin statues, their countenances now seemingly alive, radiating a warmth that felt like a protective embrace. The old tales surged to life in their minds, stories of battles won, of valor and loyalty, of brothers standing side by side against overwhelming odds. It was a reminder that the Dioscuri were more than mere protectors. They embodied the very spirit of Rome, the undying will to fight for what they loved, to defend their honor and their people. The sun climbed higher in the sky, illuminating the path ahead, and as the warriors stepped out into the brightness, the weight of destiny settled upon their shoulders. They were not just soldiers. They were vessels of the twins' legacy, warriors bound by loyalty and honor. With the chants of their people echoing in their ears, they marched forth, hearts racing, minds focused, ready to face whatever fate awaited them. As they crossed the threshold of the city, the sacred bond between the brothers and their devotees pulsed like a heartbeat, a rhythm that would guide them through the chaos of battle and beyond. The Dioscuri had not just witnessed their faith. They had become part of their very souls, intertwined in a story that would echo through the ages, unyielding and eternal. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient land where legends whispered through the wind. In this moment, a vibrant tapestry of history began to unfold, woven with threads of passion, conflict, and destiny. The horse and the star, symbols of the twins, stood resplendently in the minds of those who lived beneath their watchful gaze. Each spark of the star seemed to pulse with life, while the horse galloped through the pages of time, a creature of both earth and sky, embodying the duality of existence. In the village of Castor, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering rivers, children played joyously, their laughter echoing like the melodious call of the lark. They chased each other, their imaginations running wild, dreaming of the heroic tales spun around the fire at night. But two figures stood apart from the rest, their eyes fixed on the silhouette of the distant mountains, a place where legends came to life. Castor and Pollux, inseparable twins, were not just bound by blood. They were tethered to the very essence of their symbols. The horse, proud and gallant, was more than a mere beast of burden. It was a vessel of freedom, embodying the spirit of adventure and the thrill of life itself. Villagers spoke of the great steeds that roamed the plains, their manes flowing like the wind, hoofs pounding the earth in a dance of power and grace. The twins' connection to this creature ran deeper than any bond. It was as if they shared a heartbeat, a pulse that echoed through the ages. But the star shone above them, a beacon in the dark, guiding lost souls and igniting dreams. It was said that the star held the spirits of those who had come before, their wisdom sparkling in its brilliance. Castor often gazed up at it, feeling a sense of purpose surge through him. Pollux, ever the dreamer, would whisper tales of distant worlds, where the light of the star intertwined with the fate of the earth. This celestial body was not just a symbol of hope. It was a reminder that they were never truly alone, even amidst the chaos of life. As twilight deepened, shadows began to stretch across the earth, wrapping the village in an embrace of mystery. A palpable tension hung in the air, a prelude to the trials that awaited the twins. Despite the warmth of camaraderie surrounding them, an undercurrent of conflict simmered just beneath the surface. The bonds of brotherhood were tested as the whispers of fate weaved a complicated tapestry of choices. One fateful night, under the watchful eye of the star, a loud commotion erupted in the village square. Rumors of war had spread like wildfire, igniting fear and uncertainty in the hearts of the villagers. Tensions escalated as tribes clashed over land and honor, their struggles echoing through the ages, a reflection of humanity's relentless pursuit of power. Castor felt the weight of the world pressing down upon his shoulders, a burden that seemed insurmountable. Pollux, ever impulsive, felt the call of the horse, its spirit urging him to rise against the chaos and fight for what was just. The twins found themselves at a crossroads, the decision hanging heavily between them. Would they turn toward the tumult, embracing their fate, or retreat into the safety of the night, allowing fear to dictate their lives? Castor looked to the star, its light unwavering, illuminating the path ahead. It whispered promises of courage, compelling him to act. Pollux shared that same fire, but in his heart dwelled a tempest of wild dreams and reckless bravery. In a moment of unspoken understanding, the twins mounted their horses, their hearts racing in sync with the powerful beats of the animal beneath them. The village faded into the distance as they charged into the unknown, the stars twinkling like watchful guardians above. Each gallop of the horse felt like the very heartbeat of the earth, carrying them forward into the tempest of conflict. As dawn broke, the battlefield stretched before them, a landscape marred by the shadows of combatants. The air crackled with tension, and the scent of sweat and fear mingled with the earthy aroma of the land. Castor and Pollux, united in purpose, felt the pulse of the horse beneath them, a living embodiment of their shared destiny. They plunged into the fray, a whirlwind of emotion and adrenaline, each swing of their weapons echoing the cries of their ancestors. The clash of steel rang out like thunder, a symphony of chaos and valor. Each fight was a testament to their bond, forged in the fires of their upbringing, tempered by the trials they faced. Castor's heart pounded fiercely, each beat a reminder of the star that had guided him here, while Pollux moved with an intensity that radiated from the very core of his being. The battle raged on, a dance of life and death, where every breath was a testament to their existence. They fought not for glory but for their home, for the laughter of children and the warmth of friendship. Yet, amidst the chaos, a dark shadow loomed, a figure cloaked in malice, seeking to extinguish the light that burned within the twins. As they faced this embodiment of their greatest fears, the star above seemed to shine brighter, casting a heavenly glow upon the battlefield. The horse surged forward, a force of nature driven by the unbreakable bond of the twins. The clash of their wills echoed in the hearts of everyone present, a reminder that hope can rise even in the darkest of times. But just as victory seemed within reach, a thunderous roar erupted from the horizon. More foes descended like a storm, their numbers overwhelming. Reality crashed down upon them like a wave, threatening to drown all they had fought for. Yet, even amidst the encroaching darkness, the light of the star shone unwavering, urging them to stand firm. In that moment, Castor and Pollux understood that their battle was not just a fight for survival. It was an affirmation of their existence, a declaration that they would not be silenced. With hearts ablaze and the spirit of the horse fueling their resolve, they charged forward, determined to carve their destiny, bound by the very symbols that defined them, the horse and the star. In the dim light of a Roman villa, two cradles sat side by side, their delicate forms draped with soft blankets. The air hummed with the quiet joy of new life, yet there lingered an unshakable tension, a sense that these twins were destined for something greater. In a society that often celebrated singularity and strength, the existence of twins sparked whispers of enchantment and destiny, weaving their stories into the very fabric of Roman culture. The Romans believed twins were touched by the gods, a rare gift that imbued them with a special purpose. Superstitions ran wild. Some viewed them as omens of fortune, while others feared they might bring misfortune. A pair of twins might be seen as a symbol of duality, one representing light, the other shadow, creating a balance that was both beautiful and terrifying. The tales of Romulus and Remus, the legendary founders of Rome, danced through the minds of those who gazed upon the cradles. Born of a Vestal virgin and the god Mars, their story did not just echo through the ages. It resonated within the hearts of every Roman citizen, igniting a sense of pride and awe. As the twins grew, their bond deepened. They were inseparable, their laughter filling the halls of their home, mingling with the sounds of bustling marketplaces and echoing through the grand forums. In their playful antics, the Romans saw a reflection of their own lives. Victories and losses, joy and sorrow. The twins embodied the duality of existence, reminding everyone that each moment contained the seeds of both triumph and tragedy. But the life of twins in Roman society was not merely a tale woven from threads of joy. For every story of harmony, there lay tales of jealousy, rivalry, and conflict. The Romans delighted in the drama of familial strife, and the twins' connection often magnified the emotions that coursed through their families. The bond between siblings could lead to fierce competition, a struggle for favor and recognition. Families of influence would raise twins with a sense of rivalry, pushing them to outshine one another in their pursuit of glory. This tension ignited fierce battles in the political arena, sparking debates about loyalty, ambition, and the shadow of betrayal. In the vast amphitheaters, the stories of twins captivated the masses. Actors donned masks, portraying the tumultuous lives of these siblings. The audience gasped and cheered, their emotions swirling with every twist of fate. The tragic tale of Castor and Pollux, twins who faced dreadful choices in the name of loyalty, echoed through the ages, their legacy living on in the hearts of those who witnessed the performances. The gods themselves were said to have watched from above, their interest piqued by the extraordinary bond these twins shared. The Romans found solace in the idea that their struggles and triumphs were mirrored in the heavens. The relationship between twins was often seen as a microcosm of Roman society itself. Just as the twins balanced each other, so too did the classes of Rome. The patricians and plebeians, rich and poor, intertwined their fates within the grand tapestry of the empire. The twins became symbols of unity amidst diversity, embodying the Roman spirit of balance and resilience. Families would honor their twins through rituals and celebrations, marking the passage of time with festivals that honored the duality they represented. These events drew the community together, reminding everyone that their lives were intertwined in ways deeper than blood. However, not all twins were celebrated. Some faced the heavy weight of societal expectations. Those born into the elite found themselves thrust into roles of great responsibility, their every action scrutinized by the watchful eyes of their peers. Pressure mounted as they navigated the treacherous waters of politics and power, forging identities that often clashed with the desires of their hearts. There were whispers of twins who defied expectations, choosing paths that diverged from their family's ambitions, leading to heartbreak and confusion. Their stories became fodder for gossip, their struggles echoing through the streets of Rome, drawing both sympathy and scorn. Among the common folk, twins were often viewed with a mixture of admiration and envy. Families of modest means celebrated the birth of twins as a blessing, a sign of prosperity. Yet, the reality of raising two children simultaneously could be daunting. Mothers faced the daunting task of nurturing two lives, each bearing their unique needs, while fathers wrestled with the burden of providing for an ever-growing family. Despite these challenges, the bond between twins became a beacon of hope, their laughter a reminder that love could flourish even in the harshest of circumstances. As the sun dipped behind the hills, casting golden rays over the city, the stories of twins swirled in the air, carried by the winds that whispered through the cobblestone streets. The legends echoed not just in the grand halls of the elite, but resonated deeply within the hearts of every citizen. In the shadows of history, every twin stood as a testament to the complexity of human relationships, their lives intertwining with the fate of Rome itself. And just when the world of the twins seemed to settle into a comfortable rhythm, an unexpected twist would come. Rumors of betrayal, ambition, and the desire for power would ignite the flames of conflict. The very bond that had once united the twins could now become a source of division. In the halls of power, the stakes grew ever higher, and the fates of those twins would hang in the balance, a fragile thread woven into the vast narrative of Roman history. The air crackled with tension, hinting at the stories yet to unfold, beckoning the curious to listen closer, to feel the pulse of a society alive with the hopes and dreams of its extraordinary twins. The air crackled with anticipation as villagers donned their finest garments, a tapestry of colors that danced in the sunlight. Laughter echoed through the streets, mingling with the scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries, creating a symphony of senses that whispered tales of ages past. This was no ordinary day. It was a festival rooted deep in history, a celebration that honored the deities and ancestors who shaped their lives. In every corner of the town, preparations unfolded with an air of sacred reverence. Families gathered to craft intricate offerings, delicately arranged in baskets adorned with flowers and fruits, each item selected with love, each gesture a silent prayer. Children, their faces smeared with paint and laughter, carried handmade lanterns, their flickering flames representing the spirits that danced between the realms of the living and the dead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a golden glow enveloped the village, signaling the beginning of the sacred rites. On this day, ancient stories came alive, tales of triumph and tragedy, of love and loss. The elders took their places at the center of the town, their voices rich with wisdom as they recounted legends of the gods who once walked among them. The villagers leaned in, eyes wide with wonder, as they listened to the saga of a hero who defied the darkness, his bravery lighting the path for generations to come. Each word hung in the air, thick with emotion, binding the community together in shared memory. As twilight descended, the rhythm of drums began to pulse through the night, powerful and primal. The beat resonated deep within the souls of the people, drawing them into a trance-like state. Dancers emerged, their movements fluid and graceful, embodying the spirit of the festival. They twirled and leaped, their bodies telling stories of creation and destruction, joy and sorrow. Each leap echoed the heartbeat of the earth, each spin a celebration of life's fleeting beauty. The fire pit in the center blazed with a fierce, warm light, illuminating faces marked by joy and reverence. Flames flickered like the ancestors' spirits, connecting the past with the present. An offering was cast into the fire, a symbolic gesture of gratitude and remembrance. The villagers clutched their hands together in prayer, eyes closed, lost in their thoughts, whispering words of thanks to those who had come before. For them, this was more than just a celebration. It was a bridge between worlds, a testament to enduring love and respect. As night deepened, a hush fell over the crowd. The moment had come for the ceremonial dance, a powerful invocation to the gods. The dancers, cloaked in elaborate costumes that glimmered under the moonlight, moved with purpose and passion. Their feet struck the earth with each powerful beat, sending vibrations through the very ground. The air thickened with emotion as the villagers joined hands, forming a circle that pulsed with collective energy. The rhythm of the drums grew louder, matching the rapid beating of their hearts. In the center of the circle, a figure emerged, adorned with a brilliant headdress, each feather representing a soul long past. This was the high priest, the keeper of the ancient ways, and as he stepped forward, the crowd instinctively fell silent. With a voice that rumbled like thunder, he called upon the ancestors, his words weaving a powerful spell that seemed to envelop the very night. The atmosphere grew electric, charged with anticipation, as whispers of the past floated through the air like silken threads. Suddenly, the first fireworks exploded in the sky, painting it with bursts of color that mirrored the joy filling the hearts below. Gasps of awe rippled through the villagers, each explosion echoing their hopes, dreams, and reverence. The night sky became a canvas, a celebration of life itself, an ethereal reminder of the beauty that exists even amid hardship. But amidst the exhilaration, there was a tension, an unspoken fear that gripped the hearts of many. As much as this festival was a celebration, it was also a reminder of the fragility of existence. The laughter and music masked the somber reality that not all had survived the trials of the past year. The absence of loved ones weighed heavy, their spirits felt but unseen, and a bittersweet longing crept into the joyous atmosphere, an acknowledgement that life is a tapestry woven of both joy and sorrow. As the clock struck midnight, the grand procession began. Lanterns flickered like fireflies, illuminating the path to the ancient shrine at the village's edge. The villagers moved as one, a collective heartbeat echoing through the darkness. They carried with them the fruits of their labor, offerings not just for the gods but for the memories of those they had lost. With every step, they whispered names, their voices rising like smoke, ascending to the heavens. The shrine stood tall, a sacred monument of stone and wood, its presence both reassuring and ominous. The high priest led the way, his heart heavy but resolute, knowing that this was the moment when the barriers between worlds would thin. As they reached the shrine, the villagers formed a circle once more, their hands clasped tightly, drawing strength from one another. The air was thick with expectancy, a palpable tension that electrified the atmosphere. In that moment of collective breath, the high priest raised his arms to the heavens, calling forth the spirits of the ancestors to join them. The night responded, a soft wind caressing their faces, as if the very world around them was alive and listening. The flames of the candles flickered wildly, and for a brief second, time stood still. There in the quiet, the villagers felt a shift, a connection that transcended the physical realm. They could almost hear the laughter of those long gone, feel their presence in the warmth of the night. Tears mingled with smiles, a celebration and a mourning intertwined, a recognition that love never truly dies but transforms, becoming part of the very fabric of their being. As dawn approached, the first light painted the sky in hues of gold and lavender. The festivities would continue, but the sacred rite at the shrine would echo in their hearts forever. The villagers would carry the stories of this night into their lives, woven into their celebrations, a reminder that they were never alone. The cycle of life and death danced on, a celebration not just of the past but of the promise of tomorrow, creating a tapestry that would be passed down through generations. And as the light of dawn broke through the darkness, the festival transformed, seamlessly flowing into the next chapter of their lives, a continuous thread connecting them to the past and to each other. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with anticipation, Two figures stand poised atop a marble pedestal, their gazes locked in an eternal dance of brotherly loyalty and rivalry. Castor and Pollux, the twin sons of Leda, have crossed the boundaries of time and space, capturing the hearts of artists and poets alike. Every brushstroke, every line of verse, tells a tale rich with emotion, a story woven into the very fabric of Greek mythology, pulsing with the intensity of their bond. The ancients revered the twins, seeing them as the embodiment of duality. Castor, the mortal horseman, and Pollux, the immortal boxer, were often depicted in art with an array of symbols: horses for Castor, gloves for Pollux, a constant reminder of their differing fates. Each image serves as a silent echo of their connection, a bond that transcends life itself. In the grand tapestry of Greek culture, they were not merely characters. They were ideals, the perfect harmony of strength and intellect, of life's fleeting nature alongside the eternal. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the glow of candles flickered across ancient walls adorned with murals depicting their legendary exploits. These images told tales of fierce battles and heroic rescues, where the twins stood side by side, unwavering even in the face of death. One painting, in particular, showed them galloping into battle, their expressions fierce, yet a spark of tenderness lingered in their eyes. It was this juxtaposition that struck a chord deep within the soul. The viewer could feel the pounding of hooves, the rush of wind, the heartbeat of the brothers as they fought not just for glory, but for each other. In literature, their story found a voice that echoed through ages. Poets such as Pindar celebrated their unity, breathing life into verses that spoke of their adventures on land and sea. "Two stars in the heavens," he wrote, "forever shining, forever bound." Each word resonated with an intensity that made the heart race, a reminder of what it meant to love fiercely and to protect unconditionally. The poems were not just stories. They were a testament to an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of loyalty and sacrifice. The tension of their tale reached its zenith when tragedy struck. Castor's mortal fate cast a shadow over their bond, leaving Pollux torn between the realms of life and the afterlife. In that moment, the art of the time took on a somber tone. Artists captured Pollux's agony, his fists clenched in despair, eyes darkened by the weight of impending loss. The brushstrokes became frantic, splashes of color reflecting the chaos of his emotions. Those who beheld these works felt a chill running down their spine, a connection to the pain that transcended mere imagery. It was as if the viewer were witnessing a moment of raw humanity, their own heart aching in unison with Pollux's plight. Yet, in the depths of sorrow, there lay a glimmer of hope. The twins' story was one of resurrection, of transcending even death. Their love and sacrifice led to a divine intervention, their souls eternally entwined in the heavens. The constellation of Gemini became a symbol of their indomitable spirit, forever watching over those who dared to dream. Artists, inspired by this celestial bond, painted the night sky, capturing the twins in a radiant glow, igniting a sense of wonder. Underneath that dark blanket of stars, the audience felt a surge of warmth, a reminder that the bonds of love can conquer even the darkest of fates. In the Roman era, their influence expanded, and the twins became synonymous with loyalty and protection. Temples were erected in their honor, adorned with intricate sculptures that told their stories in stone. One statue depicted them in a fierce embrace, muscles taut, expressions fierce yet tender, a moment frozen in time, a testament to their commitment not just to one another, but to humanity. Passers-by would stop and gaze, feeling the weight of their presence, the palpable energy radiating from the figures. It was as if, for a brief moment, one could almost hear the echo of their laughter, the whispered promises made between brothers, and the unshakable bond that held them together. The emotional pull of Castor and Pollux continued to resonate throughout history, shaping narratives and inspiring countless artists. In the Renaissance, their story took on new life. The great Michelangelo, with his keen eye for the human form, created sketches that captured the essence of their relationship. The lines curved with a grace that suggested both strength and fragility, evoking a sense of longing that tugged at the heart. Artists and poets alike drew from the well of their rich legacy, imbuing their works with the timeless themes of love, sacrifice, and resilience. As centuries passed, the twins' tale found its way into modern literature, echoing through the pages of novels and poetry. Writers crafted narratives that explored the ramifications of their bond, how it affected not just those who knew them, but the very fabric of existence. They painted vivid pictures of the struggles of siblinghood, of the fierce love that can exist alongside rivalry. Readers found themselves deeply invested in the lives of Castor and Pollux, feeling their laughter, their pain, and their unwavering loyalty. Each representation, whether in marble, paint, or ink, serves as a powerful reminder of what it means to love unconditionally. The twins' story is not just one of myth. It is a reflection of the human experience, a testament to the ties that bind us to one another, no matter the odds. It resonates through our own lives, an echo of the sacrifices we make for those we hold dear, of the lengths we will go to protect our loved ones. As the candlelight flickered and shadows danced across the walls, the story of Castor and Pollux continued to unfold in a myriad of forms, a tapestry woven from the threads of human emotion. Each artist, each poet, took up the mantle, adding their voice to the chorus of admiration for the twins. The air was electric with possibility, the anticipation of what would come next lingering like an unspoken promise. In the heat of battle, when swords clashed and the cries of warriors filled the air, two figures stood at the edge of the fray, their presence both ethereal and powerful. They were not just figments of imagination but deities revered by those who fought for honor, glory, and a longing for home. The twins, Castor and Pollux, embodied the spirit of the soldier, a fierce loyalty woven into the fabric of brotherhood, a bond so strong it could pierce the veil between life and death itself. The battlefield, chaotic and unforgiving, transformed into a sacred ground as their essence lingered in the air, a silent promise to those who dared to wield a sword. For centuries, soldiers had sought the blessing of the twins before stepping onto the blood-soaked fields of war. Their legacy was woven into the fabric of the Roman army, where the iconic image of these divine protectors adorned the standards that inspired countless men to march forward, hearts pounding with purpose. The sight of the heavenly twins, often depicted riding their majestic horses, ignited a fire within the souls of those who yearned for victory. They were more than myths. They represented the unwavering spirit of the fighter, the unbreakable bond between comrades facing the specter of death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, soldiers gathered in makeshift camps, their nervous laughter mingling with whispered prayers. They spoke of the twins, recounting tales of bravery and miraculous interventions on the battlefield. It was said that in moments of despair, when hope seemed lost, the twins would appear, guiding the lost back to their brothers, reminding them of their strength and purpose. The very air crackled with anticipation, a charged atmosphere of camaraderie and dread, as they prepared to march into the unknown. One soldier, Marcus, felt the weight of history upon his shoulders. He traced the engraved insignia of the twins on his shield, the cool metal grounding him against the storm of fear swirling in his heart. His thoughts drifted to his brother, Lucius, who had stood beside him in battles past, their bond forged in the flames of conflict. The twins were their silent witnesses, the guardians of their shared fate. In the shadows of uncertainty, Marcus felt a flicker of hope, a reminder that he was not alone in this fight. The twins watched over the brothers, ensuring that no matter what happened in the chaos ahead, their spirits would remain intertwined. As dawn broke, the soldiers stepped onto the battlefield, the sounds of clashing metal echoing in the air. A visceral energy coursed through them, a potent mix of fear and determination. In the midst of the turmoil, they could almost hear the whispers of the twins, urging them onward. The first clash of swords sent shivers down Marcus's spine, yet he could feel his brother at his side, their hearts beating in tandem. The memory of their shared laughter, the promise of returning home, surged within him, igniting a fierce resolve to protect not just his own life but Lucius's as well. The battle raged, and the battlefield became a cacophony of chaos, filled with the cries of the wounded and the clash of iron. In the thick of it, Marcus felt a surge of energy, a powerful force that seemed to sweep through the lines of soldiers. It was a moment of clarity, a vision of Castor and Pollux riding through the storm, their eyes fierce and determined. The twins stood as a beacon of hope, guiding the brave souls who fought with honor. Their presence was palpable, transcending the mundane and igniting the spirit of every soldier. Then came a moment that would forever mark the tapestry of time. A fierce enemy surged forward, and in a split second, Lucius was in peril. Marcus's heart raced as he lunged forward, instinct guiding his sword, the frantic beat of war pounding in his ears. Time slowed as he glimpsed the twins, their ethereal forms shimmering just beyond the chaos. With every swing of his weapon, he felt the weight of his brother's life hanging in the balance, and the determination to fight against insurmountable odds surged through him. In that crucial moment, a flash of light seemed to illuminate the battlefield, and for a heartbeat, all was silent. The soldiers paused, their eyes drawn to the twins who had descended upon them, warriors in their own right. The radiant figures, a symbol of strength and valor, bestowed their courage upon the weary fighters. Marcus felt a profound sense of invincibility, a connection that transcended the bond of blood. He and Lucius were never alone. The twins had always been there, protecting them, urging them to fight on. With renewed fervor, the soldiers charged, fueled by the presence of their divine protectors. Victory was within reach, and as they pushed forward, the battlefield transformed into a mosaic of sacrifice, bravery, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. The twins became more than mere legends. They were the very essence of what it meant to fight for a cause greater than oneself. As the dust settled and the echoes of clashing metal faded into the distance, the survivors stood breathless, their hearts still racing. The battlefield was strewn with the remnants of their struggle, a poignant reminder of the price of glory. Yet, amidst the sorrow, a flicker of light beckoned them. The twins, now etched into their very souls, would forever remain their patrons, warriors of hope and solidarity in the face of despair. They had emerged victorious, but the true battle lay not in the conquest of land, but in the unyielding bond of brotherhood strengthened by the spirit of the twins. And as the sun set, casting long shadows over the scarred earth, the soldiers whispered prayers of gratitude. They invoked the names of Castor and Pollux, acknowledging their divine guidance and unwavering support. In that moment, they knew that the history of war was not merely etched in the annals of time but lived on within them, each heartbeat a testament to the sacrifices made. The twins had written their story upon the hearts of soldiers, a tale of valor, loyalty, and the eternal bond of brotherhood, a legacy that would resonate through the ages. In the quiet aftermath, as the soldiers began to heal and rebuild, the world around them transformed. The battlefield, once a place of death and despair, now served as a canvas for reflection and resilience, where the spirits of the fallen lingered, forever entwined with the living. And the twins, ever watchful, stood sentinel over this new dawn, their legacy a timeless reminder of the strength found in unity, guiding those who would come after into the unknown, where battles raged and heroes were born. A chill swept through the dimly lit streets of ancient Rome as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. People whispered in hushed tones, eyes darting around as if sensing an unseen presence. Was it merely the chill of dusk, or was something supernatural stirring in the air? The legends of manifestations, stories passed down through generations, hung thick like fog, beckoning the curious and the brave to listen. In the year 44 BC, even the mightiest of men could feel the weight of destiny. Julius Caesar, adorned in his toga, strode through the Senate, unaware that fate was already plotting his downfall. The whispers of omens had followed him like a ghost, the warnings of seers, the strange behavior of animals, and even a mysterious apparition seen hovering above the Capitol. A sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, and the candles flickered, casting eerie shadows on the faces of the senators. Eyes widened, breaths quickened. The moment felt charged, electric. It was as if the very fabric of reality hung by a thread, ready to either transcend into the divine or crash into chaos. In medieval Europe, stories of spectral knights riding through the mist on moonlit nights echoed through taverns. Townsfolk spoke of a pale figure on horseback, clad in shimmering armor, the ghost of a long-forgotten hero who fought not only for his people but for their very souls. On one fateful night in 1346, in a small village nestled in the hills of England, a fierce storm brewed. The wind howled like 100 lost souls, and the villagers huddled together, fear coursing through their veins. Suddenly, the front door burst open, and there he stood, the ghostly knight, his armor glinting like silver in the flashes of lightning. Gasps filled the room, and some fell to their knees, convinced that their prayers had been answered. Yet, not all manifestations carried messages of hope. The haunted halls of the Tower of London whispered tales of betrayal and blood, and Bullen, her head severed from her body, was said to walk the corridors with a haunting grace. On stormy nights, the clang of metal echoed through the stone hallways, and her spectral form could be seen gliding across the floor, her head tucked neatly under her arm. Visitors trembled at the thought that they might catch a glimpse of the tragic queen, her sorrowful eyes filled with a longing for her lost life. The air would thicken, and every creak of the ancient wood would send shivers down the spines of those who dared to enter. Across the ocean, in the heart of the American colonies, the stories of the spectral soldiers of the Revolutionary War began to take shape. The spirit of a young soldier, his uniform tattered and his eyes filled with determination, was said to wander the battlefields of Gettysburg. On moonlit nights, the sound of distant cannon fire would send chills through the air, and the soldier would appear, rallying the living to remember the sacrifices made for freedom. "Fight for your country," he would cry, his voice a ghostly echo that resonated through the hearts of those who had come to pay their respects. The ground, soaked in history and blood, seemed to tremble beneath their feet as the past and present intertwined. As the clock struck midnight in Paris, the legendary ghost of Marie Antoinette made her presence known. Her laughter, light and airy, drifted through the opulent halls of the Palace of Versailles. Wearing a shimmering gown, she would flit through the gardens, her spirit untouched by the scars of her tumultuous past. For the curious, the brave, and the foolish, a glimpse of her ethereal form was a chance to witness beauty unfettered by the chains of history. But lurking in the shadows were the whispers of the revolution, a reminder that even the most beautiful of souls could not escape the wrath of the world they once ruled. In the mountains of the Andes, where mist clings to the peaks like a shroud, the legend of the Inca spirits thrives. The locals tell tales of the spirits of ancient kings who watch over their descendants, their presence felt in every rustle of the leaves and every soft breeze. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, a group of villagers gathered around a fire. Suddenly, the wind picked up, swirling around them, and in the midst of the flames, the outline of a great Inca king appeared. His voice, strong yet gentle, calmed the hearts of the frightened villagers. "I am with you," he proclaimed, a promise that their ancestors would never abandon them. And in the shadows of old Europe, the tales of the Black Shuck, a ghostly dog with eyes like burning coals, have haunted the English countryside for centuries. On stormy nights, he roams the roads, a harbinger of doom. Many have claimed to see him lurking at the edge of their fields, an omen of loss or tragedy. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, sharing tales of those who encountered the beast and vanished without a trace. The air would thicken with fear, and hearts would race as the howling wind carried his name, sending chills down spines and igniting the imagination. With each ghostly story, each manifestation of the past, one thing remained clear. These apparitions were not merely relics of history. They were living connections to the emotions, struggles, and triumphs of those who came before. The tension in the air lingered, electrifying the night, as the boundaries between life and death blurred, reminding all who heard their tales that the past is never truly gone. It whispers, it shouts, and it beckons, waiting for the next soul brave enough to listen. Underneath a vast sky, where stars hung low and the whisper of the wind carried secrets of old, two figures stood at the edge of a flourishing field. Their presence was magnetic, a blend of warmth and fierce energy. They were not just siblings. They were embodiments of ancient rites and rituals, heralds of life itself, embodied in the simplicity of their smiles and the intensity of their gaze. The twins, as everyone called them, were intertwined with the very essence of agriculture, their spirits woven into the fabric of fertility and harvest. Farmers looked upon the twins as they sowed seeds in the lush earth, a deep reverence in their hearts. To them, these young figures represented the promise of abundance. Tales told around flickering fires spoke of how the twins had once wandered the earth, their laughter echoing through fields and forests, coaxing life from the soil with every step they took. It was said that when the twins danced, grains swayed, and blossoms burst open in vibrant defiance of the harshness of winter. The villagers believed that each cycle of planting and harvesting owed its success to the spirit of these youthful figures, who mirrored the sun and the moon in their eternal dance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the fields, the air thickened with anticipation. The villagers prayed under a canopy of stars, their voices weaving through the night like a delicate thread binding them to hope. They spoke of the twins, invoking their names into the cool night air. When the sky lit up with the first light of dawn, a sense of magic hung over the land. It was on these mornings that the twins would visit, walking the rows of crops, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the chirping of crickets. Every footfall seemed to breathe life into the fields. Every whispered word sent shivers through the stalks. Yet, there was a darker side to this enchantment, a weight that hung like heavy clouds over the harvest season. Once, the twins had turned their backs on the villagers. It was said that the fields lay barren for years, the land cracked and thirsty, and the people despaired, their dreams of plentiful harvests dashed against the hard ground. In their hearts, they felt the absence of the twins, an aching void that echoed through the seasons. The villagers turned to rituals, offerings of the finest grains, flowers, and fruits. They carved effigies in the hopes that their fervent prayers would reach the twins, bringing back the laughter that had once nurtured their land. Then, one fateful night, as the moon shone bright, casting silver light over everything, a change swept over the village. The air crackled with energy, and the twins emerged from the shadows, their eyes alight with mischief and promise. The villagers gasped, hope igniting in their hearts, but a lingering fear held them back. Would the twins stay this time? Would they share their magic once more? The twins, sensing the apprehension, began to dance, a joyful, wild celebration of life and abundance. Their movements flowed like water, stirring the earth beneath them. With each step, seeds awakened from their slumber, bursting forth with life, and the crops began to grow, reaching for the sky as if in praise. As days turned into weeks, the fields transformed into a tapestry of green and gold, swaying gently in the breeze. But with the resurgence of fertility came the reminder of the past shadows. Whispers of jealousy and fear trickled through the village like poison. Some claimed the twins had grown capricious, that their laughter sometimes turned to spite, with stories of bountiful harvests abruptly failing when the villagers lost faith. The tension hung thick, a palpable sense of dread mingling with excitement. Would this year bring abundance or despair? Would the twins bless them or abandon them once again? At the height of summer, the villagers prepared for the harvest festival, their hearts racing with anticipation and anxiety. The night before, the twins were seen wandering the fields, their presence felt in the rustle of the crops and the cool breeze that whispered through the village. Farmers, adorned in their best clothes, gathered in the center of the village, their hearts pounding in synchrony with the drums echoing in the distance. They danced, calling out to the twins, their voices mingling with the rhythm of the earth. But amid the joyous celebration, there lay an undercurrent of fear. What if the twins decided this harvest would be their last? What if, once again, the laughter faded into silence? The festival dawned with bright colors and laughter, yet behind every smile was the weight of uncertainty. When the twins finally appeared, their ethereal forms illuminated by the sun's golden rays, the crowd erupted in cheers. But the twins, sensing the tension, exchanged knowing glances, their mischievous smiles hinting at secrets yet to unfold. As they danced, the villagers felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, a reminder of both the power and fragility of their connection to the land. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the village, silencing the music and laughter. The twins halted, their expressions shifting from joy to something deeper, something ancient. It was a warning, a reminder that the gifts of fertility and harvest were not to be taken lightly. The villagers held their breath, fear creeping back into their hearts as they realized the stakes were higher than they had imagined. Would they be able to maintain their bond with the twins? Would they truly honor the gifts given? Or would they let greed and doubt sow the seeds of their downfall? As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, casting long shadows over the land, the villagers stood in a tense silence, eyes fixed on the twins. The air was thick with emotion, the past colliding with the present, the promise of life battling against the specter of loss. In that moment, it was clear. Their fates were inextricably linked, woven into an enduring cycle of hope and despair. The twins, with their laughter echoing like a heartbeat through the fields, held the power to shape not only the harvest but the very souls of those who believed. The sun hung low over the bustling market of ancient Rome, casting a golden hue on the vibrant stalls filled with fruits, spices, and the chatter of merchants hawking their wares. In this throbbing heart of the empire, the gods were alive, not just in the temples of marble and stone, but in the whispers of the people, woven into the very fabric of daily life. Every corner echoed with the prayers of the faithful and the cries of the hopeful. Yet, amidst this cacophony of devotion, a subtle transformation was beginning to take shape, one that would change the landscape of Roman religion forever. As the days turned into nights, the celestial dance of the stars above mirrored the shifting tides of faith below. New gods began to seep into the Roman consciousness, their stories enchanting the populace with promises of salvation and power. The gods of conquered lands, once viewed with skepticism, slowly found their way into the hearts of the Romans, entwining their destinies like vines climbing toward the sun. The pantheon was not just a collection of deities. It was alive, breathing, ever-growing, and reshaping itself to meet the needs of its worshippers. Among these new arrivals was a goddess whose presence sent shivers down the spines of those who encountered her. Her name was Isis, and she came from the sandy shores of Egypt, bearing tales of resurrection and eternal life that echoed in the hearts of the grieving. Clad in flowing robes, her visage was both fierce and nurturing, a reminder of the duality of life itself. As her followers gathered, they spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of her miracles, each tale a spark that ignited the fervor of devotion. The once stoic Romans found themselves captivated, drawn into the warmth of her embrace, awed by the possibility of rebirth. In temples adorned with symbols of her reign, the faithful lit incense that curled into the air, carrying their prayers to the heavens. The allure of Isis, with her promise of renewal, was intoxicating in a world that often felt harsh and unforgiving. Her rites were different from the traditional observances, vibrant and filled with music, invoking the very essence of life. The people danced, their bodies moving in sync with the rhythm of their hopes, and in those moments, they felt the divine touch of the goddess. The old gods, once unchallenged, found themselves competing for the hearts of their worshippers, a battle that would shape the future of Roman worship. But Isis was not alone in this dance of integration. A wave of deities surged forth from the far reaches of the empire, each bringing with them their own histories, rituals, and fervent followers. Mithras, the warrior god from Persia, rode into the Roman pantheon, cloaked in mystery and power. His followers gathered in secretive underground temples, sharing sacred meals that bonded them in brotherhood and strength. The rituals of Mithras were a stark contrast to the public celebrations of the Roman gods, appealing to those who sought a deeper connection and a sense of belonging in a rapidly changing world. The transition was not without its tensions. Old priests whispered anxiously among themselves, fearing the erosion of the traditional values that had held the empire together for centuries. The temples of Jupiter and Mars, once the center of Roman devotion, stood tall but felt the tremors of uncertainty. Would the old ways withstand the tide of new beliefs? Would they be relegated to the shadows while the vibrant energy of foreign gods took center stage? The anxiety was palpable, and the air thickened with anticipation as ancient rites began to blend with the new, creating a heady mixture of faith and doubt. In the streets of Rome, this tension turned into fervor. Festivals once dedicated solely to the gods of the sky were now infused with the colors and sounds of the Eastern deities. Processions became spectacles, adorned with symbols of Isis and Mithras alongside the great Jupiter and Venus. People began to celebrate not just their own gods but the gods of others, creating a tapestry of beliefs that was both beautiful and chaotic. The Romans, known for their adaptability, began to see themselves not just as the guardians of their own traditions, but as the keepers of a much larger pantheon, a grand coalition of divine forces that transcended borders and cultures. As time flowed onward like the Tiber River, the boundaries between the old and the new continued to blur. Temples dedicated to foreign deities sprang up alongside ancient shrines, each one telling a story of acceptance and integration. The gods, once isolated in their own realms, began to share the altars, their statues gazing at one another in silent acknowledgement of their new roles. The Romans were not merely adopting foreign practices. They were weaving the narratives of the gods into their own, crafting a religion that celebrated diversity while still holding onto the familiar. This vibrant new religion was not without its challenges, however. The political landscape shifted as the emperors struggled to navigate the complex web of beliefs that their citizens now embraced. Some leaders sought to unify the empire under a singular belief system, hoping to quench the rising tide of fragmented faiths. Others recognized the strength in the diversity of devotion, understanding that a multitude of gods could bind the empire together in shared reverence. The struggle for dominance over who would reign supreme in the pantheon was both a spiritual and a political battle, one with ramifications that reached far and wide. In the shadow of this transformation, the people of Rome felt a pulse of excitement. They were part of something larger than themselves, a living expression of faith that echoed through the ages. The streets buzzed with discussions of the divine, and the marketplace became a hub for sharing stories of miracles and blessings received from the gods. The emotional landscape shifted, hope replaced despair, and a sense of community blossomed within the chaos. The vibrant colors of new traditions danced with the gray echoes of the past, melding together in a beautiful chaos that electrified the very air. And so, the influence on Roman religion continued to unfold, an ever-expanding tapestry of beliefs and practices that would ripple through history. The integration into the pantheon was not just a merging of deities. It was a reflection of the human spirit, the yearning for connection, meaning, and understanding in a world that was constantly changing. Each story, each ritual, each prayer resonated with the promise of something greater, echoing through the ages and leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who dared to believe in the supernatural weave of the universe. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight of ancient Rome whispered tales of love, loss, and the eternal search for the divine, poised on the brink of a new era where the gods would continue to evolve alongside humanity itself. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls, flickering from a single candle's flame. Tucked away on an old wooden shelf sat a dusty tome, its leather cover cracked and worn. It whispered secrets of times long past, stories that once inspired fear and awe, tales of gods and heroes that transcended the ages. The book beckoned with an unspoken promise, each page a portal into the echoes of history, where myth and reality blurred into one. As the candle flickered, the air thickened with the gravity of all those who had come before, ancient civilizations who molded their lives from the clay of myth. In Egypt, the sun god Ra soared across the sky, giving life, while the haunting cries of Osiris echoed from the underworld, reminding the living that death was not an end but a transformation. The ancient Egyptians painted grand murals, their vibrant colors telling stories of gods who walked among them, interwoven with narratives of kings and mortals, all striving for a place in the afterlife. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks spun their own web of myths. Zeus, with his thunderous might, ruled Mount Olympus, while down below, mortals enacted their dramas, filled with jealousy, love, and ambition. The The stories of Hercules' trials and Odysseus' journeys were not mere entertainment. They were the lifeblood of a culture that taught its people about bravery and the consequences of hubris. In amphitheaters, crowds gasped as actors brought to life the timeless struggle between fate and free will, their voices echoing through the ages. These tales were not forgotten. With every retelling, they evolved, adapting to the hearts of new generations. On distant shores, the Norse sagas unfolded with their own ferocity. Odin, the All-Father, sacrificed an eye for wisdom, while Thor wielded his hammer, Mjolnir, striking fear into the hearts of giants. The Viking Age was one of exploration and conquest, but also of a profound spiritual journey. The stories of Valhalla and Ragnarok stirred the souls of those who sought honor and glory, driving them to seek their fate on the stormy seas. As the sun set over the fjords, warriors gathered around fires, their tales filled with bravery and the promise of an afterlife, forever entwined with the gods. The echoes of these ancient narratives did not fade into obscurity. The Renaissance breathed new life into the myths of old, as artists and thinkers sought inspiration from their predecessors. In the vibrant streets of Florence, Botticelli painted the birth of Venus, capturing beauty and divine love in a frame that transcended time. Shakespeare, influenced by classical themes, wove elements of myth into his plays, exploring the tumultuous depths of the human condition. The Tempest and A Midsummer Night's Dream showcased the timelessness of magic and love, drawing upon the rich tapestry of folklore that had danced through the centuries. As the world turned into the modern age, myths found new forms. The Industrial Revolution brought forth a clash of tradition and innovation. Yet, the stories remained. They adapted, taking on new shapes that resonated with the anxieties and aspirations of a changing world. The rise of cinema in the early 20th century ushered in a revolution of its own. The silver screen brought forth spectacular visual interpretations of myths, allowing audiences to experience the grandeur of the Trojan War or the tragic fate of Icarus in vivid color. The allure of Hollywood told stories of superheroes who rose from the ashes of mythology, figures like Superman and Wonder Woman, embodying the ancient ideals of heroism, sacrifice, and justice. These characters were not just entertainment. They were the new gods of a generation searching for hope amid tumult. Yet, the retelling of myths did not stop at the box office. Comic books exploded in popularity, transforming ancient legends into modern adventures. Thor wielded his hammer not just in Norse tales but alongside Iron Man and Captain America, battling forces that threatened the very fabric of the universe. Each panel was a reminder that the essence of these timeless stories persisted. They adapted to fit the contours of contemporary life, speaking to the struggles, triumphs, and dreams of a new audience. As technology advanced, so did the medium through which myths were conveyed. Video games became a powerful platform, immersing players in worlds where ancient gods clashed with modern heroes. Titles like God of War and Hades not only entertained but also invited players to confront their own morality, to question fate and choice, echoing the dilemmas faced by characters from antiquity. In these digital landscapes, players molded their destinies, drawing from the age-old themes of courage, redemption, and vengeance. The pulse of mythology flowed into literature as well. Contemporary authors revisited the classics, infusing them with fresh perspectives. Madeline Miller's Circe breathed life into a figure often relegated to the background, showcasing her strength and vulnerability, a poignant reminder of the complexity of women's roles throughout history. Similarly, Neil Gaiman's American Gods blended modern America with ancient beliefs, weaving a tale that questioned what happens to deities when they are forgotten, and how new gods arise in the wake of technological advancement. In every corner, the age-old stories found resonance. They wrapped around the hearts of people, transcending barriers of time, culture, and language. They transformed with each retelling, yet remained rooted in the primal emotions that connect us all: the love, the loss, the quest for meaning. Each adaptation, whether on screen, in books, or through the voices of storytellers, served as a mirror, reflecting the hopes and fears of an ever-evolving society. And as the candle flickered low, bathing the room in a soft, golden glow, the tome's pages turned themselves, revealing new chapters that breathed with life, waiting to be written anew. Somewhere in the shadows, the echoes of heroes and gods whispered, reminding all who listened that the timeless dance between myth and reality continued, ever vibrant, ever alive. A cycle of rebirth that connected all of humanity in a web of shared stories. The flame of these narratives would never be extinguished, forever flowing into the future, where new myths awaited their moment to rise. In the twilight of a dusky evening, shadows stretched across the land, whispering tales of ancient heroes whose bonds transcended even the pull of mortality. Framed by the timeless dance of the stars, the story of Castor and Pollux begins, not just as twin brothers of Greek lore, but as a thread woven through the fabric of human history across countless cultures. Their names echo in the hearts of many, resonating with themes of loyalty, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of brotherhood. In the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, where the gods of Greece were revered and adopted, the twins were celebrated under the name of the Dioscuri. They represented the duality of life, one immortal, the other mortal, bound by blood yet separated by fate. Romans revered them as protectors of sailors, their images adorning ships, guiding wayfarers across treacherous seas. A flicker of candlelight could evoke their essence, filling the air with whispers of courage and adventure. The double sons of Castor and Pollux illuminated the paths of those brave enough to venture into uncharted waters, their very names igniting a spark of hope amidst the waves. But the spirit of these twins does not rest solely in the hearts of Romans. In the annals of Norse mythology, one can find reflections of their tale. The gods of Asgard spoke of the inseparable bond between the brothers Balder and Hr. Balder, akin to the immortal Castor, was the shining light, beloved by all, while Hr, cloaked in shadows, embodied the mortal side of existence. Their tragic story of love and loss mirrors that of Castor and Pollux, illuminating the theme of sacrifice and the bittersweet nature of brotherhood. As the cold winds howled through the Nordic mountains, one could almost hear the echoes of two brothers, eternally linked yet forever apart, their fates intertwined like the gnarled roots of ancient trees. Farther east, in the tapestry of Hindu mythology, the twins take on a different form. The Ashwini Kumaras, celestial horsemen, embody the same essence of duality and companionship. They are the divine healers, racing through the skies, bringing light and life to the world. Their bond, forged in the ether, reflects the same devotion and loyalty that defined Castor and Pollux. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery hues, the presence of the Ashwini twins can be felt, racing across time and space, bridging the realms of gods and men. They embody the hope of healing, the promise of unity, and the strength found in togetherness, echoing the timeless story of the Greek twins. In a distant land, among the ancient tribes of the Americas, the tale of the twin brothers resonates in the legends of the Lakota Sioux. Known as the Twin Warriors, their story is steeped in themes of balance and harmony. One brother embodies the spirit of the hunt, strong and brave, while the other represents the nurturing qualities of the earth, a gentle protector of life. Together, they symbolize the delicate balance of nature, their destinies woven together like the strands of a sacred prayer. Under the vast canopy of stars, one can almost hear their laughter mingling with the wind, a reminder of the joy found in unity and the strength that comes from standing together against the trials of life. The cycle of life and death is a constant thread, tying these twin narratives together. Among the ancient Egyptians, the myth of Osiris and Set reflects this profound connection. Osiris, the benevolent god of the afterlife, bears striking similarities to Pollux, embodying immortality and resurrection, while Set, the chaotic god, mirrors Castor's mortal struggles. Their story, fraught with betrayal and redemption, captures the essence of brotherhood's complexities, the light and dark intertwining in a dance as old as time. Beneath the watchful gaze of the pyramids, one can feel the weight of their journey, a reminder that even the strongest bonds can be tested by envy and desire. As the sun sets over the ancient ruins of Mesopotamia, the echoes of the twins can be felt in the tales of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Their friendship, forged in the fires of adventure, reflects an unwavering loyalty akin to that of Castor and Pollux. Together, they faced monstrous foes, their hearts beating as one in the pursuit of glory and honor. Yet, the specter of mortality loomed over them, just as it did over the Greek twins. The tears shed in their parting resonate across the ages, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of love and brotherhood. The fragmented echoes of these tales linger in the air, inviting a deeper awareness of the human experience. As the stories of Castor and Pollux intertwine with those of other cultures, a tapestry unfolds, rich with emotion and shared history. Each brother's journey touches the hearts of those who hear their legends, binding them through the shared understanding of love, loss, and the unbreakable ties that bind families together. In the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkle like eternal gems in the cosmos, the spirit of the twins lives on. Each culture, with its unique lens, reflects the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit. The stories may differ, but the essence remains the same. Love transcends time and space, a bond that echoes through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, we are never truly alone. As the winds whisper their tales, an unquenchable yearning stirs in the hearts of those who listen, urging them to seek their own connections, their own stories of brotherhood in whatever form they may take. The night stretches on, inviting the next tale to unfold. As the threads of mythology weave a continuous narrative that binds us all together, eternally resonating across time and cultures. A young girl stands on a hilltop, her arms stretched wide against the fading sun, the vibrant reds and oranges of the sky reflecting the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Her heart races as she teeters on the edge, caught between the thrill of freedom and the fear of falling. This moment captures the essence of duality, the push and pull of two opposing forces that shape human existence. There is beauty in this tension, a dance between light and shadow that has echoed throughout history, whispering secrets in the ears of philosophers, artists, and dreamers. In the ancient world, the Greeks grappled with this concept, giving birth to ideas that would ripple through the ages. Plato spoke of the world of forms and shadows, where the tangible and the ideal existed in constant opposition. He painted a vivid picture of a cave where prisoners, shackled and staring at the wall, could see only shadows of the true forms behind them, forever unaware of the brilliance beyond. The struggle between perception and reality was a duality that sparked countless debates, igniting the flames of curiosity in the hearts of many. The tension between these two worlds lingers, much like the girl on the hill, suspended between the comfort of the known and the allure of the unknown. As time flowed on, Eastern philosophies offered their own interpretations. The yin and yang of Taoism depicted this duality as a harmonious relationship, where opposites are interdependent, balancing each other in a perpetual cycle. Night cannot exist without day, and joy cannot be appreciated without sorrow. This intricate dance of forces has shaped the very fabric of existence, embracing the complexity of life rather than shying away from it. The swirling black and white symbol serves as a reminder that within darkness lies light, and within light, shadows are cast. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, philosophers like Seneca contemplated the nature of duality in the human soul. He mused on the tension between reason and passion, recognizing that every person carries within them a storm of conflicting desires. One moment, a soldier might feel a burning urge to conquer. The next, a gentle longing for peace. The struggle for balance defines the human experience, creating a rich tapestry woven from threads of ambition and compassion. This inner turmoil is not merely a source of suffering. It is also a wellspring of growth, pushing people to seek understanding and connection. The tension inherent in duality extended to relationships as well. The passionate love of two souls can ignite a fire that warms the coldest nights. Yet that very same love can spark jealousy and pain. The tumultuous emotions experienced between lovers reflect the intricate dance of duality, where joy intertwines with sorrow. In the echoes of history, tales of forbidden loves and tragic endings remind us that the beauty of human connection is often shadowed by the complexity of desire. Romeo and Juliet, lost in their whirlwind romance, embody the heartbreaking duality of love and loss, reminding the world of the delicate balance between ecstasy and despair. Even in the realm of art, this dance of duality manifests itself. The brushstrokes of the great masters captured the tension between chaos and order, light and dark. Caravaggio's dramatic contrasts brought life to biblical scenes, illustrating the struggles between faith and doubt, good and evil. Every painting carries a story, a narrative steeped in the emotional push and pull of duality, inviting viewers to feel the weight of existence in every stroke. The beauty lies in the fragments of sorrow and joy, interwoven like the threads of a tapestry, each color representing a different aspect of the human experience. As the world spun on, the Age of Enlightenment brought forth new interpretations. Enlightenment thinkers like Kant and Hegel wrestled with the duality of the mind and the world, proposing that reality is shaped by our perceptions and experiences. Kant's ideas of the noumenal and phenomenal worlds echoed through time, suggesting that what we see is just a fraction of what exists. This philosophical battle between the subjective and the objective fuels the desire for understanding, igniting a spark of curiosity that continues to drive humanity forward. In more modern times, the duality of existence reverberated through the words of poets and writers. The works of Rainer Maria Rilke speak of the tension between the known and the unknown, capturing the essence of longing that defines the human spirit. His lines resonate with the haunting beauty of duality, where every moment carries an echo of both hope and despair. The emotional weight of his words pulls readers in, urging them to confront their own dualities, to grapple with the conflicting desires that shape their lives. Across cultures and time, the nature of duality has remained a powerful force, compelling individuals to reflect on their own experiences. The girl on the hilltop, arms outstretched against the waning sun, embodies the struggle of every person who has ever felt the ache of conflicting emotions. Her heart, filled with both exhilaration and fear, reflects the universal truth that duality is woven into the very fabric of existence. The narrative continues, weaving through the lives of those who come after her, echoing with the voices of the past. Each person, each soul, carries their own dualities, battling between love and hate, joy and sadness, courage and fear. The rhythm of life pulses with an intensity that cannot be ignored, drawing everyone into the dance of existence, where each step forward is a testament to the beautiful struggle of embracing both sides of the coin. And so, this intricate tapestry of duality stretches on, inviting each individual to step into the light while acknowledging the shadows that loom behind. The dance continues, the music swells, and the world spins, ever entwined in the delicate balance of opposing forces that define the very essence of being. The girl remains on the hilltop, a silent witness to the unfolding drama of existence, the embodiment of every conflict, every longing, every heartbeat that resonates with the eternal struggle of duality. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, whispers of the twins echoed through the streets. They were not just siblings. They were a symbol, each embodying a starkly different approach to leadership and morality. One twin, with a heart that pulsed with compassion, served the people with open arms. The other, fierce and determined, commanded respect through strength and resolve. They were like the sun and the moon, each illuminating the world in its own way, yet forever cast in the shadows of the other. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a heavy storm brewed on the cusp of the village. The townsfolk gathered, their faces knitted with worry. They knew the twins would soon come to a decision, one that could change the fabric of their lives. The air crackled with tension, each breath thick with anticipation. Which brother's vision would prevail? Elias, the compassionate one, stood tall, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. We must help those in need. Our community is only as strong as its weakest members. Let us open our homes and share our resources. Together, we can weather this storm. His voice wrapped around the villagers like a warm blanket, soothing their anxious hearts. He spoke not just of survival but of unity, of a bond that could withstand even the harshest of tempests. But across from him, his brother Marcus, with a steely gaze and an unwavering stance, countered, Elias, kindness alone will not save us. We must be decisive, assert control, and prepare for the chaos that is to come. "Strength is what will lead us through the storm." His words sliced through the air, igniting a fire within the hearts of those who craved decisiveness and action. The crack of thunder echoed a chilling agreement with Marcus's stance, as though nature herself sided with his vision of leadership. The villagers were torn, each twin's voice resonating differently within their souls. They had witnessed countless storms before, but this was not just about the weather. It was a poignant moment, a crossroads of ideals. Those who revered strength looked to Marcus, while those who held compassion dear found solace in Elias's gentle embrace. The tension swirled like the winds outside, pushing and pulling at the very fabric of their community. As the storm approached, the villagers retreated into their homes, but the twins remained. The heavens opened, rain pouring down like a deluge, each drop a reminder of the urgency that lay before them. In that moment, as the brothers faced each other, their eyes locked, an unspoken understanding passed between them. They were more than siblings. They were mirrors reflecting the duality of human nature. In the heart of the storm, they began to understand the lesson that had eluded them for so long. True leadership does not lie in the dominance of one over the other, but rather in the harmony of their differences. The essence of morality, they realized, was not to choose between kindness and strength, but to weave them together. As the rain pounded the earth, a young child from the village, drenched and shivering, broke into the scene. She had lost her way, her small frame trembling with fear. At that moment, Elias knelt down, his expression softening, reaching out to the girl with warmth and reassurance. "Come here, little one," he whispered, his voice a balm to her frayed nerves. He wrapped her in his coat, sheltering her from the storm's fury. It was a moment of pure compassion, a testament to the power of empathy in leadership. But even as Elias comforted the child, Marcus stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. "Elias, we can't forget the bigger picture. We must also protect the village. We need to fortify our homes and ensure that everyone has a safe place to go. We can't allow fear to overtake us," he urged, his voice a blend of urgency and authority. The child, sensing the tension, looked up at the twins, her wide eyes filled with innocence and confusion. It was a moment suspended in time, an embodiment of the struggle between the two ideologies. The twins exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement of their shared responsibility. And then, something remarkable happened. As the storm raged on, the brothers stepped forward together. Elias, with his heart full of compassion, and Marcus, with his unwavering strength, united their voices. "We will shelter those in need, and we will protect our village." Their words intertwined, echoing through the downpour like a battle cry. The villagers, huddled in their homes, began to respond, their spirits ignited by the twins' unified stance. They emerged, bolstered by the newfound understanding that leadership was not a solitary path. It was a dance, a delicate balance between morality and strength, where compassion met resolve in a beautiful tapestry of action. As the night fell, the storm started to subside, but the lessons of that tumultuous evening lingered in the air like the scent of rain-soaked earth. The twins had unveiled something profound, something that reached deep into the hearts of the people. A realization that true leadership was not about dominance but about collaboration, not about division but about unity. In the days that followed, as the village rebuilt and healed from the storm's aftermath, the twins became symbols of a new leadership paradigm. They stood together, not as opposing forces but as allies, teaching their community that morality and strength could coexist, each enhancing the other. Their bond deepened, and with it, the village flourished, growing stronger than ever before. Yet, as the seasons changed and time moved forward, another storm loomed on the horizon. This time not of nature, but of choices that would test the very fabric of their community once again. Would the lessons learned stand the test of time? Would the twins be able to navigate the complexities of their intertwined destinies? The air was thick with unanswered questions, the tension building once more, as the villagers held their breath, watching and waiting for the next chapter in the saga of the twins. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of ancient Rome. People moved with purpose, their faces illuminated by the fading light, while the distant echoes of laughter and chatter filled the air. Yet, amidst the vibrant life, a lingering aura of something greater hung in the atmosphere, whispering tales of brotherhood, valor, and eternal bonds. In the shadows of this city, the legacy of the Dioscuri, the twin brothers Castor and Pollux, breathed life into every corner, every heart. The Dioscuri were not merely figures of myth. They were the embodiment of ideals that transcended time. They were warriors who fought side by side, defined by an unbreakable connection that inspired countless generations. Tales of their bravery in the Trojan War sent shivers down the spines of young men, urging them to seek honor and glory. Their very names became synonymous with loyalty to each other, to friends, and to the cause they championed. A flicker of recognition danced in the eyes of soldiers as they braced themselves for battle, remembering that the strength of their brotherhood stood firm against the fiercest tides of fate. A group of young men gathered in a dimly lit tavern, their faces flushed with excitement and trepidation. They spoke of the Dioscuri as if they were alive, recounting tales of their deeds with passion and fervor. "Can you imagine facing the odds they did?" one exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. "To stand shoulder to shoulder with your brother, to face death together." The air thickened with emotion, the weight of legacy pressing upon them like an invisible cloak. They felt a longing to emulate that sacred bond, to grasp the essence of brotherhood that lay just out of reach. Even in the far corners of the empire, the Dioscuri's influence resonated. In the marketplaces of Alexandria, merchants displayed carvings of the twins, their muscular forms poised in dynamic stances, eternally ready for action. Each carving told a story, their faces filled with determination, eyes alight with the fire of competition, the thrill of the race. Races held in their honor brought communities together, igniting a sense of camaraderie that flowed through the lanes like a river of hope. Spectators would cheer, their hearts unified in the pursuit of something greater than themselves, something sacred. In the dim light of a temple, a young woman prayed before a statue of the Dioscuri, her heart heavy with longing. Her brother had gone off to war, swept away in the tide of conflict, and she offered her hopes to the twins, who were said to protect sailors and warriors alike. "If only you could bring him back to me," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was in these moments of despair that the legacy of the Dioscuri shone brightest. They represented not just strength and courage, but also the unyielding bond of family and the deep, unwavering love that could anchor souls even amid chaos. As night fell over Rome, the flickering lamps cast shadows that danced on the walls of an ancient gymnasium. There, young athletes trained, their bodies glistening with sweat, embodying the spirit of the Dioscuri with every drop of effort. They pushed themselves to the limits, driven by the dream of glory, of being recognized not just as individuals but as part of something larger. A brotherhood that echoed the tales of Castor and Pollux. Their laughter merged with shouts of encouragement, the spirit of competition flowing like an electric current, binding them together in the pursuit of greatness. Each blow struck against the training pads resonated with the rhythm of history, a heartbeat that pulsed through time. Yet, the Dioscuri's legacy reached deeper still, threading its way into the fabric of Roman culture. Statues erected in their honor stood tall in public squares, their likenesses a constant reminder of the virtues they represented. Citizens would gather around, sharing stories and lessons learned from the twins' lives. The patriarchs of families spoke of Castor's loyalty and Pollux's bravery, imparting wisdom to their children like sacred gifts. Every mention of the Dioscuri stirred a surge of emotions, igniting flames of ambition and courage in the hearts of the young. In the shadows of the Colosseum, the roar of the crowd echoed like thunder, a sea of faces painted with anticipation and fear. Gladiators entered the arena, their hearts pounding as they recalled the tales of the Dioscuri. Each man knew that the blood of warriors flowed through their veins, urging them to fight not just for survival but for honor, to carve their names into the annals of history. They were not just fighting for victory. They were fighting to embody the spirit of the twins, to become legends in their own right. And as swords clashed and roars erupted like wild storms, the legacy of the Dioscuri surged through them, an unbreakable bond that transcended the very sands they stood upon. In time, the tales of the Dioscuri traveled beyond the borders of Rome, whispering into the ears of poets and playwrights. Their stories became a rich tapestry woven into the fabric of literature and art, each narrative echoing the values of brotherhood, loyalty, and sacrifice. From the pages of epic poems to the stages of grand theaters, the Dioscuri brought life to the idea that the bonds of family were sacred, that true strength lay in unity. Audiences wept and laughed, their souls entwined with the twin brothers' legacies, feeling the rawness of love and loss in each word spoken. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled above like the eyes of the Dioscuri, watching over their people. The legacy of Castor and Pollux stretched onward, not confined by the limits of time or space. It lived in the hearts of those who dared to dream, who believed in the power of loyalty and the strength found in unity. And as the flickering flames of the past intertwined with the hopes of the future, the echo of their legacy called out, inviting all to carry forth the torch of brotherhood, to honor what it meant to truly be a part of something greater than oneself. The air hummed with possibility, and the bonds of the Dioscuri would continue to inspire countless souls, forever entwined in the rhythm of life's eternal dance. There's a moment when the lights dim, and the first notes of a haunting melody play, wrapping the audience in a shroud of anticipation. It's in this electric stillness that the power of twins in popular culture pulses like a heartbeat, an unseen rhythm that captivates, terrifies, and intrigues. From the silver screen to literature, twins have been an enduring motif, symbolizing both unity and duality, reflecting our deepest fears and desires. In the shadows of a dimly lit theater, two figures glide onto the stage, their identical features strikingly eerie yet mesmerizing. They whisper secrets, their voices a chilling harmony that sends shivers down the spines of the audience. This portrayal draws inspiration from literature and folklore, where twins often navigate the murky waters of identity and belonging, twisting tales that resonate with anyone who has ever felt like two sides of the same coin. The image of twin sisters, their lives intertwined yet fraught with tension, evokes stories as timeless as the myth of Castor and Pollux, whose bond transcended even death. But the realm of twins stretches beyond ancient myths and into the vivid tapestry of modern storytelling. In the gripping horror of The Shining, the twins, forever young and forever haunting, serve as a chilling reminder of innocence twisted by trauma. Their ghostly laughter echoes through the halls of the Overlook Hotel, a place where time stands still, and the past clings to its walls like a lingering fog. The dread they evoke is a reflection of our own fears. What happens when the bonds we cherish turn sinister? Television series have also embraced the complexities of twin relationships, giving us characters who grapple with their identities in profound ways. In Orphan Black, the story revolves around a woman discovering she's one of many clones, each a reflection of the struggles of selfhood and the search for belonging. Every new clone reveals a facet of identity that challenges the very notion of what it means to be oneself. The tension in the narrative is palpable as the protagonist fights not just for her life but for the lives of those who share her genetic makeup. It's a celebration of diversity within sameness, an exploration of the human condition that resonates with audiences far and wide. As the camera zooms in on the intricate dance of these characters, their stories intertwine like vines, sometimes nourishing, sometimes suffocating. The complexity of their relationships mirrors the tangled emotions of twins in reality. For every laugh shared, there's a rivalry lurking in the corners. For every moment of joy, there's the fear of losing the unique bond that makes them who they are. This emotional tug-of-war is reflected in movies like The Parent Trap, where the initial excitement of reunion is overshadowed by the struggle for connection, a poignant reminder of the fragility of relationships. And then there's the eccentricity of The Social Network, where the Winklevoss twins emerge as brilliant yet entitled characters, their ambition morphing into a bitter rivalry. They embody the darker side of twin dynamics, where envy and competition can turn the most sacred bonds into battlegrounds. This portrayal serves as a commentary on the nature of ambition and identity, asking the age-old question, how far would you go to claim what you believe is rightfully yours? In the vibrant world of comics and graphic novels, twins present a fascinating duality of characters. Think of the formidable duo of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver from the Marvel Universe. Their connection is imbued with both loyalty and conflict, a dynamic that captivates readers. Wanda's struggle with her powers, often echoing the chaos within herself, is a compelling narrative arc that resonates with anyone familiar with the challenges of self-acceptance. In contrast, Pietro's swift movements and impulsive nature highlight the tension between action and reflection, a duality that invites readers to consider how we navigate our own lives. The fascination with twins also seeps into the realm of music, where songs often capture the essence of their intertwined fates. The haunting melodies of twin fantasy, by car seat headrest, unravel layers of love, loss, and longing, echoing the emotional landscape that twins often traverse. Each lyric resonates with a sense of yearning, a poignant reminder of how deeply connected lives can intertwine yet remain painfully separate. Music transforms these feelings into an auditory experience that wraps around listeners like a warm embrace, stirring memories of shared moments and the complexities of sibling relationships. As the narrative unfurls, it becomes clear that twins in popular culture are not merely characters. They are reflections of ourselves. They force us to confront the dualities within our own lives, the light and the dark, the joy and the pain. Each story, each portrayal, pulls us closer to the edge of our own understanding, inviting us to ponder the delicate threads that bind us to one another. Even in the whimsical world of animation, twins find their place, as seen in the Magic School Bus, where the vibrant energy of the twins brings life to every adventure. Their curiosity and mischief embody a youthful spirit that charms both children and adults alike, echoing a universal truth. The bonds formed in childhood often shape who we become. Each episode is a reminder of the magic inherent in sibling relationships, a playful exploration of the world that invites viewers to rediscover the joy of learning together. In the world of virtual reality and video games, twins are often presented as formidable teams, battling the odds together. In franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Link and his counterpart are different yet inseparable, embarking on quests that test their strengths and resolve. This dynamic mirrors the challenges faced by twins, navigating their personal journeys while remaining deeply connected to one another. Players, too, are drawn into this world, experiencing the thrill of collaboration and the bittersweet tension of rivalry. As the curtain falls, the echoes of twin stories linger in the air, leaving a trail of emotions that connect generations. The rich tapestry woven from these narratives is not merely entertainment. It's a reflection of the human experience, an exploration of the bonds that shape us, the fears that haunt us, and the love that binds us. The legacy of twins in popular culture pulses with life, a vibrant thread that continues to inspire, provoke, and enchant, ensuring their place in the collective consciousness for years to come. Amidst the gentle ebb and flow of time, where light dances through shadows, the world of art emerges, revealing both the beauty and the turmoil of the human experience. The air is thick with a palpable tension, each brushstroke and chisel mark telling a story steeped in passion, pain, and triumph. One could almost hear the whispers of the artists, long gone, yet forever alive in their creations. Their souls resonate within the contours of marble and the vibrant hues of oil paint, echoing across centuries. In a dimly lit gallery, a sculpture looms, a figure carved from stone, every detail etched with painstaking precision. It stands resolute, a warrior from an age of myth, with eyes that seem to pierce through the fabric of time. The artist, perhaps lost in his own struggles, infused this piece with raw emotion. To the observer, it feels as if the figure might spring to life at any moment, charged with the energy of a forgotten battle. Goosebumps rise on the skin, for within those chiseled muscles lies a narrative of sacrifice and bravery, evoking a visceral reaction that pulls you closer, compelling you to touch the cool surface, to connect. Nearby, a painting bursts forth with color, a canvas alive with swirling motion. The artist painted with abandon, each stroke a release of pent-up emotion. Here, landscapes merge with dreams. A tree stands tall against a stormy sky, its branches reaching out as if to grasp the fleeting moments of peace that dance just beyond reach. A single tear forms in the corner of an eye. Could it be that the artist, too, felt this struggle, this yearning? The viewer can't help but feel that same ache, an unspoken understanding transcending the barriers of time and space. As the eyes wander, they land upon a serene portrait, a woman draped in flowing fabric, her face a blend of strength and vulnerability. The moment seems frozen. Her gaze seems to hold secrets of 1,000 lifetimes. Each brushstroke captures the essence of femininity, the quiet resilience that women have carried through the ages. Her lips are slightly parted, as if on the cusp of revealing an ancient truth. The viewer's heart races, caught in a web of intrigue, wanting to know her story, to feel her joys and sorrows. But the moment shifts and shadows deepen. In another corner, a painting depicts a scene of chaos, a battle, raw and relentless. The colors clash, reds and blacks swirling together, evoking a sense of dread. Horses rear back, warriors clash, and amidst the fray, there's a haunting beauty to the struggle. It's a snapshot of humanity's darkest moments, a reminder that from destruction can come rebirth. There's a palpable energy, a heartbeat that quickens. One cannot look away from the horrifying yet beautiful dance of life and death. Each figure tells a story, a moment of bravery or fear, and as the viewers gaze deeply, they can almost hear the clash of swords and the cries of the fallen. The tension hangs thick in the air, and then a delicate statue of a child emerges, a stark contrast to the chaos. The innocence captured in stone grips the heart with an iron fist. The child's expression is one of wonder, eyes wide with curiosity, as if poised to step into a world of unimaginable possibilities. This piece, with its soft curves and gentle smile, elicits a wave of nostalgia, a reminder of lost childhood and unfulfilled dreams. The viewer feels a rush of emotion, a bittersweet ache of what once was and what could have been. Time seems to blur as the viewer moves from one piece to another, each artwork sparking a flame of emotions: joy, sorrow, longing. Each sculpture and painting serves as a portal, connecting the past to the present, allowing the voices of those who lived, loved, and suffered to speak once more. The artist's hands may have long been stilled, yet the stories remain alive, pulsing through the veins of their creations. And just as the heart begins to settle, a dramatic shift occurs. A massive mural stretches across an entire wall, an explosion of color and form that overwhelms the senses. It depicts a world in turmoil, civilizations clashing, nature in rebellion, and the struggle for survival. The energy is electric, each brushstroke a declaration of defiance. The viewer stands transfixed, as if caught in the eye of a storm. Hope flickers at the edges. Can beauty truly rise from such chaos? The room buzzes with an unspoken understanding, a collective recognition of the fragility of existence. Each piece of art becomes a mirror reflecting the viewer's own battles, fears, and aspirations. It's a powerful reminder that art is more than just an object. It's the embodiment of human emotion, a testament to resilience and creativity that endures despite the passage of time. As the observer reaches for a breath, the shadows shift once more. A small, delicate sculpture of intertwined figures emerges, capturing a moment of deep intimacy. Two lovers, forever frozen in time, bodies leaning in, foreheads touching, a whisper of connection between them. The viewer feels a warmth radiate from the piece, an ache of longing that stirs within. It's a celebration of love in all its forms, a reminder that amid the chaos, there exists beauty in connection, a fleeting moment of solace. With each revelation, the gallery transforms into a living tapestry of emotions, weaving together the threads of joy, sadness, hope, and despair. The viewer, swept up in the tide, longs for more stories, more connections, more art that transcends the barriers of time and space. The artistic depictions echo with the heartbeat of humanity itself, a reminder that we are all part of this intricate dance, forever intertwined in the fabric of existence. And just when it feels like the heart can take no more, the room darkens, and in the shadows, an eerie sculpture waits. Its twisted forms and haunting visage challenge the viewer to confront their deepest fears. Is it madness or genius that birthed this piece? Does it reflect the darkness lurking within us all? It compels a closer look, drawing the observer in, whispering tales of inner demons that must be faced. Tension mounts, and the heart races once more, reminding all who stand before it that art, in all its forms, is a reflection of the complexities of life, an unending loop of creation and destruction, beauty and horror. Under a moonlit sky, two figures danced in the shadows, their laughter echoing through the night. It was as if the stars themselves conspired to bring forth a tale that transcended time. Each twirl and step reflected a profound connection, a bond that only the universe could craft. The twins, or Gemini, graced the zodiac with their ever-shifting personas, embodying duality in the most enchanting manner. As they spun, the fabric of astrology wove itself tighter around their existence, connecting their fates to the celestial dance above. In ancient times, the Egyptians revered the twins as symbols of duality and balance, seeing in them the embodiment of the sun and the moon, the male and the female, the light and the dark. They believed that these celestial twins, cast in the heavens, held the power to influence human affairs. Festivals were dedicated to them, where people gathered to celebrate the dance of opposites, reflecting the harmony that could be found in dichotomy. This celestial dance was not just an astrological phenomenon. It resonated through the hearts of those who felt the pull of Gemini's energy. The Greeks, too, held the twins in high esteem, naming them Castor and Pollux, the legendary heroes of mythology. Their bond was unbreakable, punctuated by fierce loyalty and unwavering love. According to the myth, when Castor fell to his death, Pollux, heartbroken, begged Zeus to let him share his immortality with his twin. Thus, they became the constellation Gemini, forever shining as a beacon of brotherhood, a reminder of the lengths one would go for love. This narrative didn't just end in the stars. It echoed in the hearts of those born under the sign, who often found themselves grappling with the push and pull of their own desires and identities. As the years flowed like a river, the influence of the twins continued to shape the lives of many. The astrological chart, a map of the heavens at the moment of one's birth, became a tool of understanding, a guide to the labyrinth of existence. Those born between May 21st and June 20th found themselves caught in the enchanting whirl of Gemini's effects. They were known for their quicksilver minds, their ability to adapt, and their desire for connection. But lurking beneath the charming surface was a complexity that often bewildered them. Emotions surged like tides as the twins navigated their world. One moment, they could be the life of the party, charming everyone with their wit and sparkle. The next, they would retreat into themselves, pondering the depths of their inner lives. This duality often led to misunderstandings. Friends and lovers would marvel at their capacity for joy and sorrow, leaving those who loved them to wonder which twin they would meet on any given day. The twins were a beautiful enigma, a riddle wrapped in laughter and tears, straddling the line between lightness and depth. The influence of Mercury, the planet that rules Gemini, added another layer to their complexity. Mercury, the messenger of the gods, brought with it the gift of communication. Those touched by its energy often found joy in words, thriving in conversations that sparked ideas and ignited passions. Yet, this same energy could lead to restlessness, a constant search for stimulation that left them feeling scattered. The twins were constantly caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, their minds racing faster than they could express. The beauty of their intellect was matched only by the chaos it sometimes created. As the night deepened, the stars flickered like whispers, reflecting the twins' own struggles with identity. The duality of their nature manifested itself in countless ways. On one hand, they were the social butterflies, flitting from one group to another, effortlessly charming those around them. On the other, they were introspective souls, lost in thought, seeking answers to questions that lingered just beyond their grasp. This push and pull was a source of both strength and turmoil, a thread that wove their existence together in a tapestry rich with color and emotion. Throughout history, countless figures have embodied the essence of Gemini. From the brilliant minds of philosophers like Socrates and Confucius to the vibrant energy of musicians like Bob Dylan and Kanye West, the twins have left their mark on the world. Each of them, in their own unique way, showcased the complexity of duality, evoking emotions that resonated deeply with those who followed their journeys. Theirs was a dance of contradictions, a testament to the beauty that could be found in embracing both the light and the dark. The sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the horizon, illuminating the path of the twins. Their story, however, was far from over. With every heartbeat, they continued to embody the essence of duality, their spirits interwoven with the cosmos. They represented the relentless quest for understanding, the search for connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space. The twins in astrology were more than mere symbols. They were living, breathing reflections of the human experience, full of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. As the day unfolded, the influence of the twins lingered in the air like the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. The world around them was vibrant with possibilities, a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of their ever-changing lives. With each encounter, the twins left an indelible mark, weaving their magic into the hearts of those they met. Their stories were filled with laughter, tears, and moments of profound connection that sparked the imagination and tugged at the heartstrings. The essence of the twins in astrology was not merely about their zodiac sign. It was about the shared human experience that connected us all. This celestial influence, rich with history and emotion, was a reminder that we are all part of a greater dance. A dance that transcends the ordinary. A dance where every twist and turn holds the promise of something extraordinary. A soft breeze rustled the leaves in the grove, whispering secrets of ancient tales long gone. In the shadows of towering trees, the ethereal beauty of two women lingered, their stories woven into the very fabric of history. Leda and Helen were not mere figures of myth. They were embodiments of desire, power, and tragedy, forever entwined with the fate of nations and the hearts of gods. Leda's story began on a fateful day, when the golden swan descended from the heavens. In the soft glow of twilight, she stood at the edge of the water, her heart a tempest of emotions. The creature, brilliant and radiant, approached her with an allure she could not resist. It was a moment steeped in innocence and deception, where beauty mingled with betrayal. Leda did not know she would soon become the mother of two sets of twins, one divine and one mortal, each destined for greatness and sorrow. Her heart raced with the thrill of passion, but soon, it would be overshadowed by the weight of unfulfilled prophecy. In the hushed silence of her thoughts, Leda felt the pull of fate tightening around her like a noose. As she embraced the swan, a chill swept through her, foreshadowing the chaos that was to come. The gods had played their game, and she was but a pawn in their eternal chess match. The fierce beauty of her children, Castor and Pollux, Clytemnestra and Helen, would become symbols of hope and despair, their lives strung like pearls on a necklace of legend. And then there was Helen, the woman whose face launched 1,000 ships, whose beauty could ignite wars and soothe kingdoms. She lived in the golden halls of Sparta, where the air was thick with ambition and the promise of power. Yet beneath her radiance lay a heart tangled in longing and fear. The moment she set eyes on Paris, the Trojan prince, the world around her shifted. What had begun as a fleeting glance ignited an inferno, consuming everything in its path. Helen was torn between loyalty and the intoxicating call of passion that beckoned her to the unknown. As she stood at the precipice of a choice that would change the course of history, the weight of her decision hung heavy in the air. Could she forsake her husband, Menelaus, a warrior with countless accolades, for a man who promised adventure and love, yet brought with him the specter of war? Helen's heart pounded in her chest as she pondered the consequences of her actions, for she knew that her desire could bring destruction. Still, the allure of freedom danced tantalizingly before her, a promise of escaping the gilded cage of expectation. With each heartbeat, the tension swelled. The fate of cities, the honor of warriors, and the cries of the innocent were tied to her decision. Helen dared to dream of a world where she could be more than a trophy, more than a symbol of beauty. She longed for agency, yet the gods watched with keen eyes, their whims like the shifting tides. The moment she chose Paris, everything exploded into chaos. It was a rupture that echoed through the ages, a clash of swords and a symphony of wails. The Trojan War would forever mark her name, casting her as a villain and a victim, adored and reviled in equal measure. Meanwhile, Leda's children, born of the swan's embrace, emerged into a world steeped in conflict. Clytemnestra, fierce and fiery, would one day take matters into her own hands, no longer content to be a mere shadow of her husband, Agamemnon. Her heart was a storm of grief and vengeance, fueled by betrayal. She would become a force to reckon with, her rage igniting a chain of events that would leave a trail of blood and sorrow in their wake. The tragedy of her life mirrored that of Helen's, both women caught in the web of men's desires, yet wielding a power that would shape their fates. As the tides of war surged around them, Leda and Helen became more than their stories. They became symbols of resilience, the kind of women who could spark revolutions with a single glance or a whispered word. They navigated the treacherous waters of love, loyalty, and betrayal, knowing that their choices carried the weight of the world. The gods may have played with their lives as if they were mere mortals, but these women were anything but ordinary. In the flickering shadows of their tales, the echoes of their laughter and their cries reverberated through time. The threads of their lives intertwined like a tapestry, each colored with hues of heartbreak and triumph. Leda's quiet strength and Helen's passionate defiance created a legacy that would outlast empires, defining what it meant to be a woman in a world ruled by men. As Helen stood at the gates of Troy, watching the flames rise, she knew her beauty had ignited a fire that would consume her and everyone she loved. Leda, meanwhile, reflected on her children, haunted by the choices they would have to make in a world filled with hostility and desire. The weight of their stories draped over the hearts of those who came after, a reminder of the complexity of womanhood, the softness and the strength, the love and the betrayal. Through the ages, their tales would be told, echoing in the hearts of listeners who found solace in their struggles and victories. Leda and Helen were not just women of myths. They were reflections of every woman who had ever faced the storm, a testament to the power that lay within. Their stories intertwined, leaving a thread of emotion that connected them to the present, a tapestry of resilience, beauty, and sorrow that would never fade. The golden swan continued to glide through the water, while the echoes of Helen's laughter danced through the air, linking the past to an uncertain future where their legacies would continue to inspire and haunt, forever bound to the hearts of those who dared to remember. A cold wind swept through the small village nestled in the valley, carrying whispers of hardship and struggle. In the distance, two figures huddled together beneath an old oak tree, their faces illuminated by the dim light of the setting sun. They were twins, bound by blood and a shared fate that threatened to tear them apart. Their eyes, however, shimmered with an unyielding spirit, a testament to their resilience in the face of adversity. The twins, Clara and Samuel, had known their fair share of suffering. Growing up during the harsh winter of 1934, when the Great Depression cast a long shadow over their community, they witnessed firsthand the pain etched on their parents' faces. They saw their father, once a proud farmer, reduced to selling off pieces of the land that had been in their family for generations. Each sale felt like a slice taken from their very souls, but Clara and Samuel stood firm, their bond a fierce shield against despair. Every Sunday, their mother would gather them close, wrapping her arms around them as she told stories of hope and strength. "Remember," she would say, "the greatest oak was once a little nut that held its ground." Clara would lean into her mother, absorbing the warmth of her words, while Samuel would glance out the window, imagining brighter days when laughter would once again fill their home. As the seasons changed, so did the world around them. The twins learned to adapt, finding joy in simple things: a butterfly landing on a flower, the laughter of children playing nearby. They became expert scavengers, turning abandoned items into treasures. Old jars became lanterns, and broken toys transformed into new games. Their creativity sparked joy not only for themselves but for others in their village who had lost hope. Clara would paint colorful pictures on scraps of wood, while Samuel carved small animals from fallen branches, gifting them to the neighborhood children. But as the years wore on, a shadow loomed larger than their struggles. The war broke out in 1939, bringing fear and uncertainty to their doorstep. Their father was drafted into the army, leaving the family shattered and vulnerable. The twins, now teenagers, felt the weight of the world pressing down on them. With their mother falling ill, Clara and Samuel knew they had to step up, to become the pillars of strength their family needed. Clara found work at a local factory, assembling munitions under harsh conditions. The factory buzzed with the sounds of machinery and the anxious chatter of women, all fighting battles of their own. Each day, she returned home exhausted, her clothes stained with grease and grime, but the sight of Samuel waiting for her at the door invigorated her. Together, they would sit on the porch, sharing stories of their day, their laughter rising like smoke into the evening air, a fragile defense against the chaos surrounding them. Samuel, meanwhile, took to helping their mother with household chores and caring for the small garden that still managed to bloom amidst the chaos. He learned to grow vegetables in a way that defied the odds, using scraps and seeds from their dwindling supplies. The garden became a sanctuary for them, a place where they could forget the world's troubles. Each sprout was a symbol of their enduring hope. One fateful night, the air was thick with tension. Sirens wailed in the distance, signaling an air raid warning. The twins hurried their mother to the basement, the dark space becoming a refuge from the danger above. As they huddled together, Clara held Samuel's hand tightly, fear creeping in like a dark cloud. "We'll get through this," she whispered, her voice unwavering, even as her heart raced. Samuel nodded, his eyes shining with determination. When the bombs finally fell, the ground shook beneath them, and the walls shuddered with the force of their impact. Clara and Samuel pressed closer to their mother, their breaths quick and shallow. They could hear the destruction above, and for a moment, they feared everything they loved would be lost forever. But within that darkness, an ember of hope flickered. They were still alive. They still had each other. In the days that followed, the village was forever changed. Homes lay in ruins, and many families cried out for help. Clara and Samuel stepped into action. Their hearts, though heavy, were full of purpose. They organized relief efforts, gathering food, clothing, and blankets for those who had lost everything. The twins became a beacon of hope, their resilience inspiring others to join their cause. The bond they shared became a lifeline for many, weaving the community together in ways they had never imagined. As Clara and Samuel worked tirelessly, they began to understand the true meaning of strength. It wasn't just about enduring hardships. It was about lifting others up, about finding joy even in the darkest times. Together, they forged connections that would last a lifetime. Friendships formed in the crucible of shared suffering and triumph. Their mother, watching her children lead with such courage, found strength in their resilience. Slowly, she began to recover, her spirit rekindled by the love that surrounded her. With each passing day, the twins transformed their grief into action, turning their pain into a force for good. The laughter that had once faded returned, filling the air with a melody of hope. Yet, just when it seemed that the tide had turned, an unexpected blow struck. Samuel received a letter bearing the official seal of the military. He was to be drafted, to leave the safety of their home and the warmth of their family. Clara felt her heart shatter at the thought of being separated from her twin, the one person who understood her more than anyone else. The thought of facing the world alone was terrifying. As Samuel packed his belongings, Clara fought to keep her emotions at bay. In quiet moments, she would catch glimpses of the boy who had once played in the fields with her, who had laughed with her, and now stood on the brink of becoming a soldier. "Promise me you'll come back," she choked out, her voice trembling with fear and determination. Samuel met her gaze, his face serious yet gentle. "I promise," he said, squeezing her hand, a silent vow echoing between them. The day he left felt like a lifetime. As the train pulled away, Clara stood on the platform, her heart in her throat. But she refused to let despair consume her. She turned back towards their village, her spirit ignited by the resilience they had built together. Clara knew deep down that their journey was far from over. The love they had for one another would carry them through whatever lay ahead. And as she walked home alone, the sun breaking through the clouds above, she felt a flicker of hope that their bond would endure, no matter the distance or the darkness that threatened to pull them apart. The story of the twins was just beginning, and the world had yet to see how the seeds of resilience would bloom into something remarkable. In a small village perched on the edge of a dense, whispering forest, the sun dipped low behind the trees, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. A chill settled in the air, hinting at the coming darkness, and villagers hurried home, clutching lanterns that flickered nervously against the gathering gloom. They knew that when night fell, the boundary between the living and the dead blurred, and the whispers of their ancestors seemed to echo through the branches. Maria, an old woman with eyes like dark wells, stood at her weathered doorstep, lost in thought. She was both revered and feared by the villagers, for she had witnessed the delicate balance between life and death, and she understood the whispers that others dismissed as mere wind. To her, the spirits were as real as the people who walked the earth. They were the guardians of wisdom, but also the harbingers of grief. Just a few nights before, young Tomas had succumbed to a fever, leaving his family shattered. The village mourned, but Maria sensed something more profound, a fracture in the fabric of existence itself. She could almost hear the spirits lamenting, their cries woven into the rustling leaves. In that moment, she felt the weight of the age-old struggle, life teetering on the edge of death, each breath a momentary triumph over the inevitable. The villagers gathered under the gnarled oak tree, its limbs reaching skyward like desperate hands. They lit candles, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows that danced on the ground, creating a tapestry of light and darkness. Maria watched as the villagers shared stories, their voices mingling with the chill of the night. Laughter broke through the sorrow, but the air was thick with an unshakable tension, a silent acknowledgement that joy and grief often walked hand in hand. As the moon rose, casting a silver glow across the village, Maria felt a tug at her consciousness. The spirits were restless, and she knew she had to summon them. With a steady hand, she lit a sacred incense, its fragrant smoke curling upward as if reaching for the sky. The villagers hushed, eyes wide with anticipation. They felt it too, the shift in the air, the encroaching presence of the unseen. "Ancestors," Maria called into the darkening night, her voice strong yet reverent. "Guide us in our sorrow. We seek your wisdom." The wind picked up, swirling around them, carrying with it a deep, resonant sigh. The villagers gasped, their hearts pounding in unison. It was as if the very air had thickened with the weight of memories, of lives once lived and now lost, suspended in a poignant embrace between life and death. In that space, time seemed to stretch endlessly. It was then that the first spirit materialized, ethereal and shimmering like the moonlight itself. The villagers held their breath, caught between awe and fear. The figure, draped in translucent robes, bore the likeness of a woman they all knew. A mother, a sister, now a comforting specter. She reached out, her hand brushing against the face of a weeping girl, and in that touch, warmth mingled with sorrow. Maria closed her eyes, letting the moment wash over her. She understood then that the spirits were not just lingering shadows of the past. They were reminders of the love that connected all beings. They came not to haunt, but to heal, to remind the living of the endless cycle that bound them together, an intricate dance of beginnings and endings. As the night wore on, stories flowed like a river, threading through the past, present, and future. Each tale was a vibrant thread in the tapestry of existence, weaving rich colors of laughter, pain, and hope. The villagers spoke of their dreams, their fears, their desires. Each confession, a small rebellion against the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. Yet, as dawn approached, the spirits began to fade, their presence lingering like the last notes of a haunting melody. Maria sensed a growing urgency, as if the weight of the night pressed upon her chest. Life was fragile, teetering on the brink, and with each heartbeat, She felt the push and pull of existence. The spirits needed to return, but their essence remained, etched into the hearts of those who had called upon them. In the soft light of morning, the villagers slowly dispersed, reluctant to leave the sacred space they had shared. But Maria remained, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the first rays of sun broke through. She knew that the balance of life and death was not just an abstract concept. It was woven into the very fabric of their lives. With every heartbeat, with every breath, they walked that line, each moment a precious gift. The village stood still as she whispered her thanks to the spirits, her voice lost in the gentle rustling of leaves. The world around her hummed with the promise of new beginnings, yet the shadows of the past lingered, reminding her that life was never as simple as it seemed. In the distance, the sound of a child's laughter pierced the morning air, a sharp contrast to the sorrow that had filled the night, a reminder of hope that could rise from the ashes of grief. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the village in warmth, Maria felt an unseen force guiding her steps. She turned her gaze toward the forest, sensing that the stories of life and death were not confined to the whispers of the past, but lived on in the hearts of those who remained. The dichotomy was not a battle but a symbiotic dance, each step forward a celebration of the lives that had touched theirs. And so she walked, knowing that the journey of life continued, each moment a bridge between what had been and what would be. The forest beckoned, rich with untold tales waiting to unravel, and Maria felt an irresistible pull toward the unknown, toward the next chapter that awaited just beyond the veil. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills, two children played beneath the watchful gaze of a great oak tree. The sun dipped low, casting golden rays over the earth, and their laughter danced in the air like a sweet melody. At that moment, neither knew that their lives were stitched together by an unseen thread, a bond forged through an age-old destiny that would shape history itself. Centuries before, in a world filled with strife and uncertainty, two kingdoms lay on opposite banks of a mighty river. The kingdom of Eloria, known for its lush fields and vibrant markets, and the kingdom of Draconis, steeped in the lore of fierce dragons and ancient magic. Both kingdoms were ruled by proud kings, their hearts filled with ambition. Yet, beneath the surface of their rivalry, a deeper connection simmered, one that would alter the trajectory of their fates. In Eloria, King Elian stood on the balcony of his castle, staring into the horizon. His mind raced with thoughts of expansion, the whispers of glory echoing in his ears. But as he gazed upon the distant peaks, a shiver ran down his spine. He felt a strange tug, as if the universe were warning him of a storm brewing on the other side of the river. Across the water, King Vesper of Draconis sat in his grand hall, surrounded by advisors who spoke of war. Yet his heart was heavy with doubt. He had dreamed of a girl with hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with laughter, a girl he believed to be an omen of change. The moment he awoke from that dream, he knew his destiny was intertwined with hers, and he could not shake the feeling that his kingdom's fate was bound to someone he had yet to meet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a significant event took place, a celestial alignment that occurred once every millennium. Stars twinkled in an intricate dance, and for those who could see, it was a heavenly sign. The villagers in Eloria and Draconis looked up, their hearts filled with wonder. Yet, as they gazed at the night sky, an unspoken fear lingered between the two kingdoms, a sense of impending change that would shift their world forever. On the eve of the celestial event, a festival brought the villagers together, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds. Lanterns flickered like fireflies, and the air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries. Amidst the celebrations, Elian and Vesper found themselves drawn to the riverbank, where the water shimmered under the starlit sky. Unbeknownst to them, the same pull that brought them to this moment was stronger than they could comprehend. As they arrived at the river's edge, their eyes locked in an unbreakable gaze, and the world around them faded into silence. Time slowed, and their hearts beat in sync, an echo of the shared destiny they could not yet articulate. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the stillness. A group of warriors from Draconis, fueled by the king's warlike ambitions, charged across the river, their horses thundering against the earth. The villagers scattered, their joyous laughter turning to screams of terror. In that moment, the intertwined fates of Elion and Vesper shifted dramatically. Elion, driven by the instinct to protect, stepped forward, his heart pounding with a fierce urgency. "Stop!" he shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. Vesper, caught off guard, found himself standing alongside his rival, their destinies converging at the most unexpected juncture. In that moment of fear and uncertainty, they understood that the only way to save their people was to unite against the impending threat. The warriors halted, confusion etching their faces as the two kings stood resolute in their shared purpose. But just as the air cleared, an ominous rumble echoed across the land. Nearly forgotten, an ancient prophecy whispered through the trees, the tale of two kingdoms bound together by fate, one that foretold destruction unless the two rulers found common ground. As the first lightning struck the earth, a powerful energy surged around them. The connection between Elion and Vesper deepened, and they felt an unprecedented strength coursing through their veins. The villagers watched in awe as the two kings joined hands, channeling the forces of their kingdoms to create a dazzling shield of light. In that moment of unity, histories intertwined, merging the past with the present. The villagers felt the warmth of their king's bravery, which wrapped around them like a protective embrace. They witnessed an extraordinary shift, a collective merging of hopes and fears, all bound by the understanding that their lives were woven together through shared sacrifice. As the storm approached, the energy between the two kingdoms crackled like electricity, both exhilarating and terrifying. The sky darkened, and the winds howled, but the promise of a shared destiny shone brighter than the fiercest lightning. It was at this pivotal moment that the children playing beneath the oak tree in the village felt the tremors of change beneath their feet, a promise echoing through the generations. Yet even as the dawn broke and the storm subsided, the reality of their intertwined fates loomed large. Would Elion and Vesper be able to protect their people from the shadows of their past, or would ambition and fear tear them apart? The stories of their kingdoms were just beginning, and the echoes of their choices would resonate through time, binding them to each other in ways yet to be revealed. As the sun rose over the horizon, illuminating the path ahead, the beauty of their shared destiny awaited, promising a future filled with both hope and uncertainty. The intertwined fates of Eloria and Draconis forged in that fateful moment would continue to unfold, weaving the lives of kings and commoners alike into a tapestry of history that would forever echo in the hearts of those who came after. In the velvet night, when the stars twinkled like ancient diamonds scattered across the cosmos, a story whispered through time, a tale of two brothers bound by love, sacrifice, and an unbreakable bond. Castor and Pollux, twins born from the same mother but with different fathers, found their names etched in the sky as constellations. They stood for loyalty and bravery, forever watching over humanity, embodying the enduring struggle between the mortal and the divine. Castor, the skilled horseman, and Pollux, the fierce boxer, were not just mere characters of myth. They were reflections of the human spirit. Their journeys resonated through the ages, from the dusty scrolls of ancient Greece to modern day. In every heart that yearns for connection, for companionship, and for understanding, their story ignites a spark. It's a tale that transcends time, echoing in the laughter of siblings and the silent tears of separation. As the moon cast its silver glow over the earth, the myths surrounding these twins come to life. In one breath, the brothers saved each other from the clutches of despair, and in the next, they faced the trials of life with an unwavering spirit. Their love was tested when Pollux, a demigod, offered his immortality to bring Castor back from the dead after a deadly duel. It was a heart-wrenching decision, filled with echoes of sacrifice. Who would willingly choose to embrace mortality for the sake of another? The answer lies in the essence of what it means to love deeply, to be willing to give up everything for those we hold dear. The arena of their struggles was not just the battlefield but the shared experience of what it means to be human. Every person can relate to the feelings of jealousy, ambition, and the quest for greatness. Castor and Pollux faced their own demons and celebrated their victories. Their eternal bond serves as a mirror reflecting our own relationships. Complicated, beautiful, and messy. In friendships, in family ties, there's a little bit of Castor and Pollux, urging us to stand by one another to fight against the odds. In the bustling streets of modern cities, amidst the neon lights and the hurried pace of life, the essence of their story still flourishes. When friends gather, sharing laughter over coffee, or when siblings argue over trivial matters, the spirit of the twins hangs in the air. It's a reminder that bonds forged in love and loyalty can withstand the test of time. The tales of their adventures become stories passed down from one generation to another, igniting the imaginations of young and old alike. As the sun sets, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the significance of Castor and Pollux deepens. Their image graces the flags of seafarers, symbolizing guidance and protection as they voyage into the unknown. Ancient sailors looked to the twin stars, the Dioscuri, for hope on stormy seas, believing their celestial light would lead them home. In that very hope lies the heart of human existence, the desire for safety, for love, for connection. The thrill of their legend has rippled through literature, music, and art for centuries. Poets and playwrights have drawn from their well of stories, breathing life into their characters, exploring themes of brotherhood and sacrifice. In the embrace of their narrative, creators found the raw emotions that resonate with audiences across time and space. Their story has become a tapestry woven into the fabric of countless cultures, each thread representing a different understanding of love, loss, and the enduring nature of relationships. In the corridors of history, tales of Castor and Pollux serve as a poignant reminder of the bonds that connect us all. As ancient as their roots may be, the emotions they evoke remain ever relevant. The struggles of life, whether it's facing adversity, making difficult choices, or simply seeking acceptance, are universal. Their story resonates with the longing we all share for companionship and the sacrifices we are willing to make for the ones we love. As twilight descends, the stars begin to twinkle, and somewhere, a child looks up at the night sky, eyes wide with wonder. They catch sight of the constellation of Castor and Pollux, and a rush of curiosity washes over them. Who were these twin stars? What adventures did they embark upon? The questions swirl in the air, igniting a flame of imagination. The child's heart beats with the thrill of possibility, and in that moment, the legacy of the twins breathes life anew. In the quiet corners of the mind, the echoes of their deeds resonate, touching the soul. Every act of bravery, every moment of sacrifice, calls out to the human experience. The twins, forever entwined, stand as symbols of hope and resilience. They remind us of the importance of standing by those we cherish, of facing the storms of life together, and of the undying light that love can cast into the darkest nights. As the stars shine brighter, a sense of anticipation lingers in the air. There's a promise that the stories of Castor and Pollux will continue to inspire, that their essence will find its way into the hearts of the next generation. The tale doesn't end here. Instead, it weaves into new narratives, merging with the lives of those who dare to seek comfort and connection in a world often filled with turmoil. The rhythm of life pulses on, with Castor and Pollux at the helm, guiding us through the intricate dance of relationships. They are reminders of what it means to live fully, to love fiercely, and to embrace the bonds that tie us all together. Their story is eternal, waiting for the next soul to discover its magic, waiting to ignite the spark of connection that exists in every heart. In the stillness of twilight, when shadows flicker like whispers across the land, two figures emerge, their presence igniting the air with an electric charge. Castor and Pollux, the famed twins of Greek mythology, stand poised on the threshold between the past and an uncertain future. The sky blushes with hues of orange and purple, a canvas echoing the twins' eternal bond, while the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore stirs a remembrance of their legendary adventures. Long ago, these brothers shared a connection that transcended even the boundaries of life and death. Castor, the skilled horseman, was mortal, a man of the earth, grounded and hardworking. Pollux, on the other hand, was the immortal boxer embodying strength and valor. The dichotomy of their fates fused them in a bond so profound that it stirred the hearts of those who heard their tale. With every recounting, their story became a thread in the rich tapestry of mythology, woven with laughter, bravery, and the bittersweet pang of loss. But what of the future? What awaits the sons of Leda in the ever-unfolding narrative of human imagination? As the silence deepens, an unsettling question lingers in the air. Can legends evolve, or are they bound to a fate written in the stars? The twins, standing on the precipice of time, are acutely aware of the transformative power of mythology. Their story, once sung in grand halls and recited around flickering fires, has been reshaped by the hands of countless storytellers. Each retelling breathes new life into their legacy, yet it also risks losing the essence of who they are. Even now, in this modern age filled with technology and rapid change, the yearning for connection and the struggle against mortality are as potent as ever. The twins' tale resonates with the hearts of the lonely, the brave, and those caught in the web of sibling rivalry. Who among us does not feel the pangs of longing for a bond that seems to slip through our fingers? In classrooms and theaters across the globe, audiences still find themselves captivated by the idea of two souls entwined, facing challenges that threaten to tear them apart. In ancient Greece, Castor and Pollux were celebrated not just as heroes but as symbols of loyalty. They fought side by side, their lives a testament to the strength found in unity. They were the protectors of sailors, their constellation guiding lost souls home. As the stars twinkle overhead, those who gaze upon the night sky feel a kinship with the twins, a belief that these celestial beings still watch over them. Yet, as the world changes, will their stories be rewritten to reflect the new struggles and triumphs of humanity? There is a stirring in the hearts of the people, a call to bring back these timeless figures and breathe fresh life into their tales. New artists, writers, and dreamers seek to capture their essence, to explore what it means to be a twin in a world that often feels divided. A modern retelling could explore the complexities of their relationship, how they navigated love, loss, and the search for identity in an ever-evolving society. A sudden wind sweeps through the trees, rustling the leaves like the soft murmur of forgotten voices. The twins exchange glances, the kind that speaks of unearthly understanding. They step forward, drawn by an unseen force, their spirits eager to connect with those who draw inspiration from their lives. With every new creation, every painting or story, they flicker with renewed vigor, their essence woven into the very fabric of contemporary culture. The power of their story lies not just in their heroics but also in their human flaws, their relatable struggles that echo through time. What happens when loyalty to a brother is tested by love or ambition? How do they navigate their differences when the world demands conformity? Such themes resonate deeply with modern audiences, who find themselves grappling with questions of identity and belonging. As night falls, the stars emerge, illuminating the sky with a brilliance that could only be rivaled by the tales of Castor and Pollux. Light dances across their features, revealing the depth of their emotions: joy, sorrow, and an unshakable bond. They are not merely relics of the past. They are alive in the hearts of anyone who has ever felt the pull of family, the sting of betrayal, or the warmth of unwavering support. In the quiet moments, as the world sleeps, the twins continue to whisper their legends into the universe, their voices carried on the wings of dreams. They beckon new generations to listen, to write, to feel. As writers pen tales of their adventures, they are not just retelling a story. They are honoring the essence of what it means to be human. From the dusty tomes of ancient libraries to the vibrant pages of graphic novels, the future of Castor and Pollux is bursting with potential. With every reinterpretation, with every brushstroke on canvas or words spoken aloud, they find themselves reborn, inviting everyone to join in the eternal dance of love and rivalry, joy and heartbreak. The air is thick with anticipation, and the stars twinkle above, their light a reminder that these brothers are never truly gone. They linger in the shadows, waiting for the world to remember. Perhaps, as long as there are hearts that beat with love and stories that yearn to be told, Castor and Pollux will never fade into obscurity. In this moment, As the fabric of time weaves the past with the present, the twins stand ready to embrace the future and all its possibilities. And as the last light of day fades, the world holds its breath, waiting to see what new adventures await these legendary brothers in the ever-unfolding saga of human existence.